Thank you, Rafael. Good evening, council members. Let's get ready to start. Good evening, members of this community. Madam Clerk, good evening. On behalf of the Paterson Municipal Council, we welcome you to our regular meeting on June 11th at 7 p.m. This meeting is now calling to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call for Municipal Council regular meeting of Tuesday, June 11, 2024 at 7 p.m. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Present.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Here.
Councilwoman Davila.
Present.
Councilman Jackson. Councilman Kalik.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here.
Councilwoman Mims.
Good evening, Paterson. I'm here. I'm ready to serve.
Councilman Udin.
I'm here, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
Present, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President, this evening's prayer is being rendered by the Honorable Councilwoman at Large, Dr. Lilisa Mims, which is followed by the flag salute led by the Honorable Council President, Alex Mendez.
May we all stand. Let us pray. God our Father, we thank you because this is the day that you have made, and so we rejoice and we are glad in it. We are excited on tonight because we are reminded that everything you spoke, it manifested. So God, we speak on tonight that there will be order in this meeting. We speak on tonight for those that are going through in their bodies that there will be healing, not just in this room, but all over the city and the world. We pray for alignment with your word. We pray that those that are depressed and lonely, God, that you will be their comforter and their strength. We pray for those that are grieving in our community, oh God, that you will provide comfort and answers where there's been none. God, we thank you because from the very beginning, you've been an all-wise, all-true, and an all-knowing God. And God, we thank you. It is because of you that we live and we move and we have our very being. So God, we lift up this city before you. We thank you for our mayor. We thank you for our council. We thank you for our employees in the administration. We thank you for the residents. We thank you for our seniors. We thank you for our youth. We pray that this will be a city of righteousness. We pray that there will be peace on the streets. We come against the senseless violence and the shootings, oh God. We come against the backbiting and the gossip and the contrite spirits, oh God. The maliciousness and the jealousy. Oh God, we come against it now in the mighty name of Jesus. We pray for a healing and unity and oneness and like-mindedness as it is in your word. And God, we stand knowing and understanding that in all things it shall be done decently and in order. So God, we thank you. We thank you for the meeting on tonight, that this meeting will be like no other meeting because God, you're going to stir some stuff up. And God, in this meeting on tonight, you're going to shift and do a paradigm shift and cause things to rise up and other things to die out. God, we thank you that as we come together in peace in this council, God, that the community will see that we are a united body, that we are a healed city, that we operate in professionalism and courtesy and respect. And God, we thank you for being the glory and the lifter of our head. We thank you for being a healer. We thank you for being bridge over troubled water. We thank you because healing is our portion. We thank you for giving us joy unspeakable and full of glory. God, we thank you for lifting us when we couldn't lift ourselves. We thank you for being the glory and the lifter of our head. We thank you. We thank you. We don't have enough hands to raise to thank you. We don't have enough mouths to open to thank you. We don't have enough feet to stomp to thank you. But God, we say thank you. Thank you for keeping us. Thank you for blessing us. Thank you for strengthening us. Thank you for loving us even when we didn't love ourselves. So God, we thank you in advance for what you're doing, what you've already done, and what you're about to do. We declare and decree, and it is so. In Jesus' name, amen.
For flag salute. Now please stay stand. Let's do a moment of silence for those that lost a loved one in our community and for a troop in the nation. Thank you. You may be seated. Madam Clerk, please read the statement of compliance.
Yes, Mr. President. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law for 2023-2024. Today's meeting date is June 11, 2024. The meeting time is 7 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. 1. The annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2023-2024 on or about July 1, 2023. 2. A schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2023-2024 was duly transmitted on or about July 1, 2023 to the North Jersey Herald News, the Record, the Arabic Voice, the Italian Voice, the Passaic County Pulse, Dominicana News, La Quisqueya Internacional, El Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, Tap into Paterson, the Weekly Bangla Patrika, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. 3. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2023-2024 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall, first floor, in the place reserved for the announcements of this type. 4. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2023-2024 was duly filed with the Municipal Clerk. And 5. A copy of the schedule of regular meetings of the Municipal Council was mailed to any person who requested and paid the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. There's no other better way than start this meeting other than with a powerful prayer. Thank you, Councilwoman Mims, for such a great, powerful prayer. Let's do payment of bill. Councilwoman Davila.
Council President, good evening, everyone. Council colleagues, we've received the payment, the summary of disbursements for a payment of $8,948,252.13. This was a payroll week. The total of payroll was $5,094,952.74. In the other statutory expenditures, which was $1,720,324.19. This is specific to street lighting and also Covanta. The total with the computer checks of $3,853,299.39. Payroll $5,094,952.74, making it a total of $8,948,252.13.
Second.
Second.
It was moved by Councilwoman Davila, payment of bill, and second by Councilwoman Mims and Councilman Khalid. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on payment of bill.
Roll call and payment of bills in the amount of $8,948,252.13. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Mr. President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
So the votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Payment of bills in the amount of $8,948,252.13 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's do the consent agenda, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. All matters listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the council and will be enacted by one motion. The items listed under the consent agenda are numbers 1 through 11. Any item may be removed from the consent agenda by the request of any council member, and if so removed, will be treated as a separate
So moved.
It was moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilwoman Mims.
Second.
And second also by Councilwoman Ruby Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on the consent agenda.
Roll call on the consent agenda. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just wanted everyone to know that the Juneteenth Festival is in this consent agenda. It is item number 7 that we are approving now. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila?
Okay, Madam, and my apologies, I do need to have number 5 removed.
Okay.
No, it hasn't been called.
Yes, you gotta take it
and
off.
roll
You gotta-
call.
Take,
We're in roll call.
We're in the middle of roll.
I know, but we have to because I need
Right.
to recuse myself from number 5.
Okay.
Okay, so can, councilmember can?
I
use that-
rescind.
I'll say.
Can we,
So if councilmember
Recall.
withdraw the motion?
Yes.
So motion withdraw?
So what she has to do, Council President, is Madam Clerk can remove number 5, put it on record,
yes,
and,
item number 5 has been removed at the request of Councilwoman Davila.
okay.
Okay,
So
thank
now,
you.
Roll
So we could continue the voting.
right,
Roll call.
Please continue, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on the consent agenda is numbered 1 through 11, with the exception of item number 5, which has been removed. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila?
yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and yes, item number 7 on this consent agenda is for the bazaar addressing the Juneteenth Foundation to conduct a festival this weekend. It's a very special weekend with the parade and the festival at Eastside Park. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. The consent agenda is adopted as amended.
Yeah, Madam Clerk? Yes, so Councilwoman Davila is gonna recuse herself out of number 5. Let's do item number 5 now. Let's take it out of the way.
Give me a roll call sheet. Do you have a roll call sheet? Just a minute, Mr. President. So, roll call on item number 5, which is a resolution on the Paterson Code, Chapter 129, entitled Bazaars, for the Passaic County Community College to conduct a festival at Mary Ellen Kramer Park, Paterson, Great Falls. It's resolution number, we have to give it a number. 1 minute,
24357.
24,
357. So moved.
357. Thank
It was
you.
moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Khalid. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 5.
Roll call on item number 5 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz? Councilwoman Cotton? Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Before I vote, Ryan, can you just check the volume on YouTube? They're saying the volume is very low. Can you just check the volume? My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udine?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 6 yeses, 2 absences, and 1 recusal. Item number 357 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's do item 13.
Yes. Item 13 is a resolution designating Mercer Street between Warren Street and Putnam Street to be also known as Bishop Albert Bland and Reverend Dr. Ethel Bland Way, is sponsored by Councilwoman Dr. Lalisa Mims and Councilwoman Ruby N. Cotton. It's a city council resolution number 24:365.
So moved.
Second,
Second.
It was moved by Councilwoman Mims and second by Councilwoman Ruby Cotton and Councilwoman Marixa Davila. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 13.
Roll call on item number 13 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So to the members of this church, I want to thank Councilwoman Cotton and Councilwoman Mims for reaching out as a street naming chair and pushing for this. And I'm going to use the line that Councilwoman Cotton, her passion and the way she yelled at me, sounded like my mother was yelling at me on the phone. And she said, "Al, my husband spoke in that church before you were born in 1980. And I said, you know what, we're getting out of street naming now. That's a long time ago, so that, am I right or wrong, Councilor?
I did.
She yelled at me and said everything, so congratulations. Ruby told me about the great impact that this church has had in Pastor Bland and that what they've done in that area. So congratulations, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilwoman Cotton.
See, he knows he has to listen sometimes.
Yeah.
But I just want to say this is truly an honor for Unity Missionary Church. And I did tell the story, and you know, I'm not going to forget. Sometimes you're talking about 50-something years ago that I sat in there with my husband when he first got elected. I sat in the church with him, and Bishop Bland. I remember them saying, you know, he don't let nobody come up to the pulpit. He don't let nobody speak, and for some reason, he just allowed my Eddie to come there, to come up in there. And I just want to say this is long overdue, and I'm glad that we finally is getting it done. You know, when you think about, I always say we got to continue to stay old school. We must always try to keep our legacies going, and so people can remember, you know, your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren. You know, you'll be surprised at people that are coming afterwards that will be related with the family and know the church and know the community. And they always been part of that community for such a long time. So I hope that whenever you put the celebration together, whenever we can, I was thinking about like block party or something, I don't know. You know, something to make it, when you do the street name, you just don't want to do a street name and just pull the thing off and then it's finished. We want to do a street name with a party, with everybody coming out, the community and everyone. It's an honor for me to sit here. I can't believe it, 52 years later. That's a long time. 52 years later.
Yes. Well deserved.
And you know, I thank God for still having me here, you know. And I'm saying that was in 1980 and 2012 when the daughter was the pastor. I didn't go to the pulpit, but I spoke on the side. But that was 32 years later. Thank you, God. Thank you, Jesus, for keeping me here. Thank you, Jesus, for letting me stay here to be able to do some of the things that could have been done before and it wasn't, but it's getting done now. I thank you. Unity, unity, unity. Thank you. God bless you all. Madam Clerk, this is a good feeling for me. It really is. It's a good feeling. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
Congratulations, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson, we are voting on item number 13, which is designating Mercer
I got
Street.
it, Madam Clerk, thank you.
Okay.
So, just in understanding, being a person who's had the opportunity to be born in Barnett Hospital and see the city go through the transitions that it's gone through and understand the levels of sacrifice that many people have made up until this point. Now, I have never been one to be keen to street namings, but they are very important. Many, many years to come, people will have an understanding on the sacrifices that were made. And I often talk about how we ride around in streets that's named after people who were once slave owners. And so when you have an opportunity to name a street after someone who has done a great deal for the entire community, and specifically for you know, a group that has truly laid the till when it comes to this country's efforts, it's a great thing. So anytime that I could support an effort in remembrance of somebody who's done the work and making sure that that legacy continues on, it's a great opportunity. So, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Kalik.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. It is an honor for me to vote on this street naming resolution. Congratulations, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Kalik. Dr. Mims.
So I want to first start off by thanking Daphne Cunningham. Over a year ago, Daphne reached out to me in regards to naming this street after Bishop Bland. Well, it was kind of like pastor or bishop. We were like back and forth with the naming of the street. And when she reached out to me, she knows the Cunninghams are here, her daughter is here, her granddaughter in the church. My grandparents were part of the founding members of this church. 1957, when Bishop Bland was there, and then Pastor Bland, the daughter who took over from her father, prophesied my birth to my grandmother, and they were best friends. So for me, 1969 is when I was born. I've been connected to this church since 1969 through my grandparents. Her daughter and I are very, very close. She's here tonight, and Council President, I would like to have her daughter, her granddaughter, and if Daphne could say a few words. I know Pastor is here as well. Pastor Fisher is here. But I just believe the work that you do speak for you. It really does. The work that they've done, they were people of peace. They were very anointed. Pastor Bland preached my installation when I became a pastor. She gave me great wisdom, her and Dr. B, Auntie B as I called her. And the history goes on. And one thing nobody could ever take from you is your history and your connection to people that make a difference in Paterson. In Paterson, for me, I believe that we have to leave legacies and marks that can't be erased. This is a legacy. They've been in that community in the Fourth Ward on Mercer Street. I reached out even to the principal when this started, to Principal Vaughn, to make sure she was aware that that street was going to be named because they're right by the church. I reached out to some of the residents in the area, and everybody was excited because they remember all the giveaways and the community days that the church has done. This is well-deserved. What is understood does not need to be stated twice. Pastor Bland, Bishop Bland are pillars, were pillars in this community, and the church is here, and there's many, Johnny Moore, I reached out to him, so many people that moved away, and everyone, I didn't hear anyone complain. Everyone was super excited about this being done. Thank you to her daughter, Pastor Cruz, her granddaughter, Stephanie, who was here, for being such a friend to me and somewhat of a mentor in all the years of my ministry and all my life. I want to say this is the least that we could do for the greatness that lied in Bishop Bland and Pastor Ethel Bland. Madam Clerk, my vote is absolutely yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udin.
Good evening, men and women of God. And this charge is connecting the people, the believers with God for last about 7 decades. Before it started, before the civil rights movement. So just know this is a part of U.S. history. And today we are so honored. I think one of the most fitting tribute that we are going to do here in the City Council. I congratulate everyone connected to this church, and I salute you for being part of the church for that many years and coming here and honoring the pastor who initially was the major one, and also Dr. Ethel Bland. So I congratulate you, and I thank you all for coming here, joining us, and it is absolutely an honorable yes.
Thank you, Councilman Udin. Councilman Velez.
First of all, I want to apologize. I came in late because I was taking care of a constitution concern the Fifth Ward. But I came in a great moment. In a great moment because everybody knows Councilwoman Dr. Lisa Mims, Councilwoman Marissa Davila, and those that knows my past, I was born and raised in church. So when it comes up to honor churches, honor ministers, honor men and women that serve the Lord with integrity and serve the community with love, with a call of service, that never died, that never dies. So I always say that when you have the Lord in you and you speak about the Lord, your action has to go along with it. So this is part of it, and I will vote yes on this resolution.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President,
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and it's a great privilege for me to vote on this resolution. I just want to say on behalf of the city of Paterson, thank you to all the members of this great church. Thank you for impacting the city of Paterson in such a phenomenal way. This is the best way of making history, acknowledging the hard work, the contribution, the dedication of all of you into this community. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 9 unanimous votes in the affirmative. Item number 13 is hereby adopted.
Council
Thank you.
President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilwoman Mims.
At this time, Council President, I would like to have Pastor Cruz, the daughter, her granddaughter Stephanie, Daphne Cunningham, and Pastor Fisher, if you'll come to the mic. There's a time limit of 3 minutes, but if you'll come to the mic and have some words on behalf of these great legends from the city of Paterson.
Yes.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Council President,
Councilman Jackson.
very quickly, if anyone has a car parked on the side alley over there, there was a truck trying to come in. I'm not sure if it needs to be moved, but any cars blocking the side driveway should move before it's towed. There was several cars. I didn't get any,
Yes. Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Stephanie Stell Richardson. I am the granddaughter and the great-granddaughter of the late Bishop Albert Bland and the granddaughter of the Reverend Dr. Ethel Bland. I'd like to thank you, the board, all the members of my church that came out tonight, and the people who partayed in having the street named after my great-grandfather and his daughter, my grandmother. Thank you all for your votes. I greatly appreciate it. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, praise the Lord, everybody. Put those hands together again. Let's praise him. Hallelujah. Oh, praise God. I thank God for this moment. I thank God for you, Pastor Mims. I've known her for many years. Her grandmother was a part of our church. But tonight, I want to tell you I love you from my heart for nominating my grandfather, okay, and my mother at the church. I'm full, I'm running over. My cup runneth over with joy. The word of God said, this is the day the Lord has made. I don't know what you came to do, but I came to rejoice in what is happening today. Give God a big round of hallelujah and applause. And I thank my new pastor that also came out, God bless, that we're getting ready to install soon. I'd like to say to the board, thank you from my heart. Thank you. Everyone that said yes, thank you. My soul is on fire. You know what's, hallelujah, Jesus. Praise God. I know I'm not in church, but I still get a step and still. Praise God. It's time to give him some praise. Somebody wants to be here today and can't praise him, but I can say thank you, Lord. And to the staff, God bless you. Your household, your children, mentally, physically, spiritually, financially, whatever you need, God says, I have it. God bless you, and thank you, Pastor Mims. Mwah.
Good evening, Board. City of Paterson, I would like to thank everyone for all of your votes. Special thanks, because Dr. Mims and I referred this a couple of years back, and I'm glad it came to fruition, and that although my pastor, Dr. Ethel Bland, is no longer with us, nor her father, they will see down from heaven above that we have gotten this done, for all the work that they have done throughout the years. The church is still there, we're still thriving, we're still growing, and we're gonna always be a part of the community wherever we can get in at. We give back as much as we can, and we are grateful for that. And with that being said, you know, we had also gotta appreciate our young adults that comes to the church. He reached out as well to Councilwoman Ruby Cotton, and we thank you for your input with Dr. Mims on this issue. Have a blessed evening. Thank you.
Good evening, Board.
Good evening.
I know I sat, okay, I'm Wayne Fisher. I'm the pastor-elect for Unity Missionary Church, and my installation is on June 23rd at 4 p.m. I would love everybody to come. But I came in on the tail end of this, and I got a lot of stories about when it started, who started it, when it came to fruition, and I just want to drop this little nugget here. Whatever blessing God for you, it may have been delayed, but it's not denied. So when it didn't happen 50 years ago, that wasn't God's timing. His timing is right now because it's happening right now. Is there anybody in here with me? I just want to thank y'all for considering this because I grew up coming to this church as a little boy, singing on the church choir, church anniversaries, and I can tell you Bishop Bland was one of the first persons that I saw God through. So it doesn't matter who started it and who finished it, God approved it. You ought to hear that. God approved it. So it could not be denied. So we give God praise. We give praise for the human effort, but this was spiritually ordained in here, and this was going to come to fruition whether we voted yes or not, because God said so. So I thank God for y'all, and I appreciate the vote, and I love y'all all. God bless.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Once again, thank you, Councilwoman Mims and Councilwoman Roby Cotton, for such an amazing resolution. Madam Clerk, let's do item 17.
Yes, Mr. President. Item number 17 is a resolution authorizing rejection of all bids and authorizing the solicitation of new bids for the River Street Reconstruction Project, bid number 24.07.
So moved.
For the Engineering Division of the Department of Public Works Resolution 24:366.
So moved.
Second.
It was moved by Councilwoman Davila, Council President Mendez, Councilwoman Mims, Councilman Velez, and second by Councilman Dean and Councilman Abdelaziz. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 17.
Al not even sitting over there.
Khalid.
Oh, I forgot you said Cotton.
Yes, we do.
And Cotton as well.
Thank you.
Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 17.
I'm sorry, Councilwoman Cotton second, or?
Second, correct, as well, too.
You too.
No, I moved it.
Have you?
Yeah, yeah.
Roll call on item number 17 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The whole city of Paterson was waiting for River Street to be fixed. We've received information by the DCA manager that after we take action, we are the contract, we have to, after 10 days, they could take action and start the project. So we're looking forward to see the work to start on River Street very soon. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Council President.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 8 yeses, 1 absent. Item number 17 is hereby adopted.
Council President.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilman Velez.
Council President, I don't know, I don't know because of the noise, but you stated that the state DCA, soon as we reject all the bids, that we could start in 10 days to repave the road, or do we have to go to new bids?
I didn't hear you correctly, Councilman Velez.
Okay.
I'm sorry. There's a lot of noise in the room.
Can you clarify your statement? Did you stated that DCA told us that as soon as we rejected all bids,
10 days.
that we have 10 days to go back rebid or to start the project?
After we take formal action, after we get the company that is gonna do the project, we could wait only 10 days. And that's been approved by the DCI. I will make sure that the administration send an email. I've been asking about the construction of River Street because, I mean, it's not only in the third ward, it's in the fourth ward also, but the whole city is being extremely concerned about the condition of the road.
Correct, Council
But I will-
President. I
yeah.
just want to clarify that we rejecting the bids to go into new bids. Hopefully, those numbers come favorable to start the project in River Street. And we don't have to go back to court and challenge it into the courts. This why is we are rejecting all the bids. We have to be clear with the community. We are rejecting bid because the court, it was not in favor, and that's why we rejected, not DCA. The court said to reject all the bids for the new bids, and hopefully those bids comes back favorable for we could start the project at River Street. And the River Street, no matter it's the third, the fourth ward, is affecting all the residents of the city of Paterson that travels to River Street to move around our city. I just want to clarify that, Council President. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, let's do item 16.
Council President, just residents are texting that they cannot hear anything on channel 75. So if you can address their concern, they cannot hear
So,
anything.
Rafael, so Channel 75. So members of the resident of the city of Paterson, let me remind everybody that we're on Channel 75. And how about the sounds? Okay, based on what I hear, everything is good. The sounds is good. We're on Channel 75. If there's any complaint, please send one of the council members any text, and we'll be addressing. Rafael will be addressing that. So let's do item 16, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Item number 16 is a resolution for memorandum of understanding between the City of Paterson, Department of Health and Human Services, and CUMAC, ECHO, Inc., Health and Human Services Resolution 24:368.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Davila, second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Question, Council President.
Councilman Velez.
Council President, normally we receive the memorandum of understanding in a format of legal paper. Why we have it as a format this way?
The memorandum of understanding was on the package last week, Madam BA. That question will be directly to you.
It's a workshop.
We received it on the workshop. There's a question on the floor. Why the MOU was received on that form and not on legal form?
Do you mean that it's not that there's not a reso attached?
Yes,
Yeah.
correct. Normally, we receive a reso with a whereas. It's a legal document for the city of Paterson.
Yeah, where's the
Um,
resume?
And we have only the memorandum of understanding. I know it's here. but
All contracts are
normally-
not written the same.
Correct.
It's a contract.
It's a
All contracts are not written the same. Just because the city's policy is right, and whereas
Councilman
that might be
Jackson.
between the state, DCA, and the city, but
Yeah.
it's, MOU is an MOU. It's a
Thank you.
contract.
Thank you, council member. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
That's a new norm.
Yeah.
Roll call on item number 16 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes, madam. Thank you, Madam Clerk. This, memorandum, understanding memorandum will help a lot of my residents in the fourth ward. And with that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
You're welcome. Councilman Jackson.
Very good. Are there any legal concerns that on this item, Madam Clerk, that we should be aware of?
Another resolution will be presented at the next meeting. 'Cause this should have been accompanied with a resolution for it to be properly.
So why would we vote if the resolution is in here? Why not remove it and move forward when the reso is actually attached?
There was a resolution.
Yes, I
There
will.
was a resolution.
Just for transparency, I think I will move forward with this MOU and then move the resolution as soon as I receive it from Corporation Council.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, to the members of the public, please forgive me tonight I'm gonna be on my soapbox extra hard. Last week, there was an item, as a matter of fact, last week, 1 through 4, on the workshop agenda, 3 of the 4 items was not included in the packet. There was nothing for us to read, there was nothing for us to prove, and many of you have seen me present legislation in the past where I've done things very non-business items, presented by title. In fact, there was a reso that I had to write myself in support of ceasefire and many other items that this council refused to move on. The council didn't say one thing about it last week, that the item on the agenda for the BA's report wasn't included. The items just got moved forward. I see it's not included in the first 4 items, but the fact of the matter is it just went by without any scrutiny. So we pick and choose which items we want to handle certain ways. And, you know, again, I'm gonna utilize these moments just to express my concern on the incompetency that's happening right now within our municipal government. And it's happening because people are minding other people's business. You know, it's very difficult for me to receive phone calls from members of the public, from employees of the city. They're telling me that they've worked in excess of possibly 20 to 23 hours and they have not been paid. While many other employees are taking it upon themselves to move things certain ways, and they're paying themselves in excess of more than what these people are making in their full salary. And that's just the extras. So I'm gonna utilize all this time because obviously, you know, the council would, other members would say, well, that's not an agenda item. For me, every single item or every single issue that takes place in this community is an item that needs to be discussed on this council. So when you have, through statute, when the elections are ran, the clerk, who is autonomous from the council and from the administration, hires individuals and she's responsible for paying them. That money does not come out of the taxpayers' dollars. But yet, the BA felt that these people are being paid too much. Now, we've had a BA who is a state senator who sat here and the same process was there. The former clerk in Jane Warren, the same process was there. Sonia, the same process was there. All of a sudden, we want to scrutinize the members of the employment who obviously are lower tier employees who don't make combined with their regular salary and the stipend to do the elections. They don't make as much as the BA gave herself as a pay increase. The $50,000 pay increase is more than what these employees make a year after doing a job that they were away from their families from 3 a.m. to possibly 1:30, 2 a.m. Now, I apologize because I didn't receive the notice yet. I sent the request to the superintendent of elections and I called her. What she said was, Paterson is the worst municipality that she has to deal with. She said, of all the municipalities, Paterson gets all of the voting material back to the superintendent's office last. And they're located on River Street. Maybe it was the potholes. But Wanacue gets their items here faster than we do. So, I'm putting everyone on notice. I have more items that's serious that need to be discussed tonight that obviously this council is not gonna look at lending an ear on. But our clerk, just because she's in the capacity of acting, her responsibility to the voters, to all of us, to the public, it remains consistent. And why has the BA stuck her face in something that has absolutely nothing to do with her? But yet, every single report that I've asked for, I have not received. And Brother Greer, I'll talk about this later because I don't want to prolong it too long, give people too much information to absorb. but I applaud you for coming to the podium last week to talk about the $19 million. And what upsets me or doesn't surprise me is certain council members said, I didn't know that if I didn't read it in the newspaper, but you're a council person. You're hired, you take an oath to know it. And you know why we don't know it? Because the council does not hold the BA accountable when it comes to reporting. I've asked for reports about the stadium. I've asked for reports on the CARES Act spending. I've asked for reports on the 17 acres of land we gave away for $1. I've asked for reports on every single one of these items that the council, this is the council's primary role. For all of you out there who ran for council and think your primary role is out there cleaning up garbage in the street, that's the mayor's job. The council's primary role is to be fiscally responsible for $19 million not to be spent for something beneficial to the community. That's a travesty. But a bigger travesty is the people that sit here that's responsible for the spending said, I don't know. That's embarrassing. These are the types of things. A resolution, well, we're going to vote on it today and attach the resolution next time. This is how we do things here. And we wonder why the city's in the condition it's in. As I entered the building, those same white garbage bags out in front. The calls that I'm getting for garbage, lastly, Council President, I apologize. I got called to the 6th Ward, which I have plenty of photographs for, where the garbage in the senior citizens building, while he laughs, seniors that have been calling me since winter, I don't have heat, I don't have hot water, in a Paterson Housing Authority building. The garbage, I mean, if anyone, I'll pass my phone around in the audience so you guys can see this. If anyone wants to see, the garbage running over was ridiculous. Please, zoom in there if you can. Can you zoom in there for me, please? Raphael, can you zoom in right here, please? But anyway, while we're sitting here voting on all of these items, having these feel-good moments, and talking about how great we're moving the city forward, this is the kind of activity we have our senior citizen population living through, while we allow $19 million. Forget the 19. Where's the $80 million from the CARES Act money? They haven't given us one report on how that money was spent. The $110 million at Hinchcliffe Stadium, of which $7 million was a grant that was illegally applied for by the former economic development director. Where's the reports on that? I've asked for everything. How much concrete was poured? How much was spent? But we're voting on things night in and night out. You can't zoom in? That's it, okay. Well, I'll pass it around, and you guys can pass the word, because this is the condition that our seniors live in the 6th Ward.
Please.
Madam Clerk, my vote is yes. Don't worry, get used to it, Council President. It's going to happen a lot tonight.
Don't worry about it.
Thank
I'm
you,
ready.
Councilman Jackson. Councilman
I'm
Khalid.
ready for you too.
Councilman
You
Khalid.
wouldn't be ready in 1,000 years. You don't even understand that.
No, you don't understand it.
It's the whole
Thank you.
building.
Thank you, Madam
It's the whole
Clerk.
building.
On this MOU, my vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Khalid. Councilwoman Mims.
So this item is to build a agreement with Kumak. The Bible says when they were hungry, we fed them. That's what this item is for, to expand the services, to make sure that no one is left without being provided with something to eat. I'm truly excited, and I want to give a shout out to Director Joel Ramirez. There's a program with seniors where they get gift cards to go, and I made the request if it would be expanded, and many seniors have called. They're very excited, so I want to give you a shout out. That's what this item is on the agenda, and that's what we're talking about right now. Much needed. Kumak is doing a great job. We send many families to Kumak, and they have fresh produce and fresh food all the time. So this is a great shared service agreement, a win for our community, and a win for our city. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udine.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Udine. Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. One of the things that I highlight here is that this is not going to be no exchange or monetary compensation or financial from the city to Comac or Comac to us. This is a goodwill memorandum of understanding between the city and a place that really, really, if you travel through that place, you see a lot of needed people, a lot of people that go pick up food, a lot of people get pick up clothing, and others things that happen from there. You know, I just want to say this before. Sometimes I don't understand where we sitting here as a councilman, but some people want to know, and this is the facts. 80% of the ARP money was approved with the consent of this city council to spend. Everything that ARP money was allocated for COVID, health, parks, roads, and everything comes through this council to approve. And if you see improvement in our city, we are blessed that we got 86 million, that we're not gonna see it no time soon, like Councilman Al-Dalasi says, that we are blessed that we received $86 million in the past. And all the reports have been shared with this council. It's our responsibility as council people to inform our community. I informed the Fifth Ward residents, and they are happy what they see in the Fifth Ward. Saying that, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
Council President, could I reconsider before you?
Yes, go ahead, Councilman.
I just want to reconsider, Madam Clerk, say a couple comments, because I don't like people that mislead the public when it especially comes to my constituents and all constituents. To the seniors at 255 Atlantic, my office put a complaint to Philco in regard to garbage being picked up. There's another one, Hazel, I have it on record, my aide has it on record that we're on it. But that's the way we get things done. We don't wait for a Tuesday night council meeting to make sure our garbage gets picked up. And secondly, you heard people talk about the building at 255 Atlantic. I agree with you, but don't go praise the executive director, stand next to the executive director that's responsible for that building. When there's no heat, this council doesn't have any power about that building. So my colleague will go praise the executive director, commissioners on the housing authority, but when there's no heat, blame the council members. That's not how it works. The housing authority is responsible for that building. I agree with the councilman. It is probably one of the worst buildings that I have in my ward, and the housing authority needs to step it up, all right? We're responsible to pick up the garbage. I've already contacted the director and Philco, but do not come here and say there's no heat. I want you to go to the housing authority and go speak up to that. I want you to go there instead of stand next to the executive director and praise her, tell her that there's no heat in that building that's running that building. Those are the facts, and the residents of the Sixth Ward won't be fooled by your rhetoric. Council President, my vote is yes.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, I want to reconsider my vote.
Council members,
So, Council President,
Just a
everybody
minute.
could do that, and now I'm doing it to bring
Coun-
facts, and
Councilman-
everybody want to complain.
Councilmember, let's have the floor. Right
Thank
after
you.
that, I'll be voting, and
So-
we'll be moving on.
So, as Councilman Nadalasi just stated, a working relation with the city employees and working relation with everybody that's out there that serve the community is a must. We get things done. But I have 199 Carroll Street, Griffin's are residents. They had problems in the winter with heat. I didn't bash the director. I didn't bash the employees. I didn't bash my colleagues. I called the director and get things done. A new boiler was in place. The other residents in the Fifth Ward of the senior building has the same problem. They call us, but we work together to make things done. But if complaints comes in, we work with the residents and the seniors out there. Madam Clerk, I hate to say this, my vote is yes again.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, first of all, on this MOU, we're voting on this MOU, and it's the agreement with the Health and Human Service Department with Kuma. Kuma is doing an outstanding job. Everybody knows in the city of Paterson the job that Kuma is doing, putting food and grocery in the table of residents of the city of Paterson. They're doing a phenomenal job. This document was here last week at the workshop, so we know what we're voting for. It's very easy to come here and use, once the TV is on, talk about things that look and sounds popular. But this is the reality. We're not voting on nothing that we don't know, first of all. Now, the difference between a councilman that really care about the people and care about getting things done will address administration immediately. I found out that there was a problem with the payment. What I did, I didn't wait for the TV to be on to start bashing administration or whoever's involved. I called the administration, I sit down, and on the finance committee, we spent 1 hour having a conversation about the situation with the election. 1 hour before we came here. My lunch was out, I just have breakfast around 11 a.m. I haven't eaten anything, but it's my job to work and fight for my resident. I didn't wait for the TV to be on. I spent 1 hour with the administration, and we already have a schedule, a meeting with the clerk department, the administration, to correct the problem. That's our job, and that's the reason why we're supposed to be here, doing the work and finding solution to the problem that affecting our community. Not when the TV is on. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 9 affirmative. Item number 16 is hereby adopted.
Item number 12, Madam Clerk.
Item number 12 is a resolution designating Cliff Street between West Broadway and Belmont Avenue to also be known as Lamont Bowles Way. It's sponsored by Mayor Andre Sayer, Councilwoman Maritza Davila, Councilwoman Dr. Lilisa Mims, and Councilwoman Ruby N. Cotton. It's an administration resolution, 24:364.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
It was moved by Councilwoman Maritza Davila, Councilwoman Mims, Councilwoman Ruby Cotton, and second by Councilman Velez, Councilman Udine, and Councilman Khalid. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 12.
Roll call on item number 12. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is, if everybody remember, Lamont Bowles was in the music industry back in the day. I would say back in the day. But he was in the music industry, and you know, he was always known as having the largest Easter egg hunt in the country, here in the city of Paterson, up at Eastside Park. He brought in trailer loads of bicycles and toys when he was into the music industry, because he got rappers, singers, actors, everyone involved in the community to help support our community. And for many, many years, Lamont Bowles supported this community for many, many years. And I still remember people from other parts of the country talk about Paterson, New Jersey, and the big Easter egg hunt. Yeah, because some people wasn't around. People weren't around, so I was around, and I know what Lamont Bowles done for our city. With that being said, Lamont Bowles, thank you for everything you have done for us. We appreciate it. I appreciate you. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
Thank you very much. I can actually say that back in the 80s when I was in high school, I remember him bringing Run DMC to Eastside High School. It was a pleasure having lunch with him last week. Thank you for all that you have done for our community and continue to do. And, you know, it gives me great pleasure and honor to be part sponsor of today's resolution. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is going to be all night, people. And luckily, I have a different relationship with Mr. Bowles. So I don't have to go on record tonight and kissing up to him. I used to work for him. I was his intern when he was the senior vice president at Motown. I was there when he did the Michael Jackson project, Luther Vandross project. I was there. Actually, was getting yelled at by him crazily during the Easter egg hunt days. So that's all fine and well. But members of the public, wake up. See, this is the kind of stuff right here. See, this is the legislative body. We write the legislation. What they did on this is the mayor writing an item to gain public and community support, specifically for the black community, right? Let me spotlight someone. I'll grab 2 other people and let them co-sponsor. Not to take anything away from them, I'm glad they did. And Lamont is deserving of this. But let's talk about, since the council president wants to make comments on what do you do in your community, and I go meet with the legislation, let me just bring it to the public's attention today. I had to take a phone call from Bloomingdale Police Department, or courts today, for the judge to laugh at it and lift a warrant, while the administration is calling around asking about a bench warrant in my name, trying so desperately to get me arrested. Because I'm up here doing things like this. See, here's a blueprint for the first Ward Community Center that we drafted, that G, you know all about it, right? We drafted this, what, 8 years ago, 9, 10 years ago when I first got elected? When the mayor first got elected as mayor, I went to them, said, hey, we have extra money, the church owns the site, let's create the community center. I already paid for the blueprints. I paid to have the chicken shack demoed. This council then took a vote to purge taxes on the property and deem the property as non-taxable. You know what the administration did? They put it back on the tax rolls and they never served the church. They served the property location where the building had been demoed. So if you look at that property now, there's trucks, tractor trailers being illegally parked there. They was already cited by the zoning officer, by Mr. Gilmore's office, the community improvements, but they don't care. Because in Paterson, you could do anything you want to do unless you belong to the community. Then they come and slap you. So the administration went and sold the property in the tax sale for $24,000, and then it was flipped the next day for $200,000, while there was an open investigation by DCA on this property. If I'm not talking facts here, I would like for anyone to dispel that. So what I do is I go meet with the administration. No, you compromise yourself consistently, and they give you little small trinkets for you to let things like this go by. Because I rally for all of my council colleagues to support me on this measure for Grace Chapel, where the church owned this property for 50+ years. But yet, G, we come here and say, I don't know what happened to the $19 million. All we was proposing was $4 million. So $19 million that gets wasted, and that money did not go into places where it was reported. We didn't get any reports on that. So if they want to talk this rhetoric about being responsible, it's a lie. It's a lie. Tell them to produce the reports and put it on the desk and make it public the way the agenda is. They sit here and lie. And then they utilize the platform the way they did when Kathy Morgan came to the podium. You're not talking about the item, where they could go off and talk about all kinds of different things. And yet, we're not commenting on how his aide called the gentleman a nigger. We don't talk about that publicly. So yes, I do wait for the television to come on, because the community needs to be informed about your BS, your lies. And if there's something that I'm not lying about, then please state the facts. And this is the perfect item to do this on, because Lamont Bowles is one that laid his blood, sweat, and tears down for this community, and oftentimes turned into the administration and the council to get no support. Council President, you better get ready for it. I want to see you tell the cops to remove me the way you threaten to have members of the public removed for utilizing their constitutional rights of freedom of speech.
I am ready. What is a shame
Okay,
is that
well, you get ready. I'm talking right now. I'm speaking right now. I will wrap up if you don't interrupt me. Otherwise, I can start again.
Finish.
Okay, I will.
Finish. I'm waiting.
I will. I'll continue to show your incompetency the entire night, because I'm tired of this. We sit here and watch the BA. That is cruel and unusual punishment. That is an abuse of power. For them, see, here she goes.
No,
but yet there's 18 employees that worked for the elections and didn't get paid. Well, by the way, Fernando, who works for the mayor, was out campaigning for his candidate against me, and I bet you his check wasn't reduced. While the elections were going on, election day, he was out knocking on doors with her, and I bet you he has a full check. While she's saying these people are being paid too much money.
Can you wrap it up?
That's a crime. And this council has an obligation to these employees, to the people that work, and to the clerk. But yet we're sitting on our hands celebrating things like this. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Kalik?
I got a knife for you, Bob.
What are we voting on now, Madam Clerk?
Item number 12.
I got lost.
Item number 12, Councilman.
Item number 12, correct?
Yes, sir.
This gentleman is Paterson raised, as I'm looking through the resolution, who worked with Michael Jackson, Luther Vandross, Boyz II Men, Tony Braxton. Is there anything else to say about not voting affirmative on this resolution? My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Kalik. Councilwoman Mims?
So the item we're voting on, and I know there's other issues, but I never want to take those issues and muddy up a resolution where we're trying to name a street after one of Paterson's legends. We're voting on a legend in Paterson. We could talk about those issues and concerns, and I'm not saying don't talk about them, but when we're voting on an item for Lamont Bowles, who's getting a street name, we have to make sure we focus on that, because we'll lose the celebratory moment with other stuff. Lamont Bowles is a pillar in this community, Paterson, born and raised. Lamont Bowles, as Councilwoman Cotton already talked about, he had the first Easter egg hunt and had it for decades in Eastside Park. The first person to ever give the bikes and all the toys and all that stuff in Eastside Park. He worked for Sony Records. He worked with the famous people that were mentioned, but I'd like to highlight all the Pattersonians that couldn't get a break, that he took and got their tapes and listened to them and pulled them in and gave them critique and gave them all different type of wise counsel to ensure if they were going to make it in that field or not. Lamont Bowles, I know you're watching, and I thank you that even to this day, you are still paving the way. You're a member of Christ Temple Church. You're doing great work over there with Pastor Weldon McWilliams. You work very closely with Assemblyman Wimberly in Recreation, and you're still giving back to this community. Thank you for everything you've done for our youth, everything you're still doing for our youth. This is a much deserved honor, and I want to thank my soror, Angie Frazier, for highlighting and advocating to get this done for Lamont Bowles. Lamont Bowles, my vote is yes, and I say congratulations.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udine?
Layman Bolt, first of all, thank you so very much for everything you have done for the city of Paterson. Paterson raised a night, and it's absolutely my honor to support this resolution. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Udine. Councilman Velez?
Mr. Lamar Ball could have another last name. It's going to be Way. So in other words, this is a legacy for those that he paved the road. And that's important. You know, all the families watching now, people, friends are watching, all our comments. They have the right to edit. Only take the compliment of the street naming. I could give you that authorization right now, but I'm glad that we honor people that dedicate their life to serve the community. We're not receiving nothing back. My vote is yes on this.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I definitely feel very pleased to vote on this resolution because Lamont Ball, when we're talking about Paterson history, he's Paterson history. He's the role model that we want to see in our community. Before my vote, it's important to put facts on the table. There was a young lady that has a situation. She was involved in a discussion during the election. She's now my council A. You know, just let's speak fast. You know, I don't even entertain some of my council colleagues when they start attacking me. But it's important. But one of the things that speak value about her is that she came over here to ask for an apology. She also met with a clerk, and she's a phenomenal young lady, and she volunteered a lot in the community. She was working for the county at that time, not with me, but she collaborated with me a lot, and she's a very special person in our community. And everybody deserves a chance to ask for an apology. Second of all, the best way for you to fight for your community is to be able to sit down. And I'm going to say this. If you are in government and you don't have the ability and the capacity to sit down with other people, people that you disagree, and people that you might don't like it personally, If you don't have the capacity to sit down with those people and advocate for your community, you're not gonna be able to help the people that you love and the people that elect you. That's the reason why when I became the president of this council, I invite all my council colleagues to meet with the state, to meet with DCA, to have discussion about the state funding and be informed. Not only me, all my council colleagues, we all equal here. I'm just a facilitator. My council colleague elected me as a council president, and since then, I've been opened the door for everybody. Even Councilman Jackson, I invite him to sit down with DCA. He refused to go, but I invite everybody. I deserve that. If we really want to help this community, we have to be able to sit down with the VA, with Corporation Council, even though we disagree on a lot of the things, but we have to be able to sit on the table, respect each other, and fight for our community. That's the best way to do it. So once again, congratulations, Mom, well-deserved. Thank you, Council Cali, for bringing this resolution. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I announce the votes, I just want to confirm that the young lady that worked on the campaign, she did meet with me today, gave me a written apology, and she did apologize to me in private. So just want to acknowledge that she did apologize for her behavior, which was uncharacteristic of her, and I have accepted her apology.
Thank you.
So the
Thank you,
votes
Madam
are
Clerk.
9 yeses. Item number 12 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 14.
Item number 14 is a resolution commemorating Juneteenth, the oldest known celebration of the abolition of slavery in the United States and the oldest known African American holiday observance. It's sponsored by Councilwoman Ruby N. Cotton, Councilwoman Dr. Lilisa Mims, and Councilman Michael Jackson, co-sponsored by the remaining members of the Municipal Council. It's a City Council Resolution 24:366.
So
Second.
moved.
Moved by
Second.
Councilwoman Mims and Councilwoman Cotton, second by Councilman Velez and Councilman Udine. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 14.
Roll call on item number 14 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're doing this resolution for the Juneteenth, where we would be celebrating it on June the 22nd at the Underground Railroad. It will start at 9 in the morning with the Houghton Van Rensselaer Underground Railroad. So if you're able to make it, it's for a celebration of the Juneteenth, which is June 22nd, even though Juneteenth is the 19th. But we are able to do it on Saturday the 22nd at 9 o'clock at the Underground Railroad by where the parking authority building is, on Broadway by the Wendy's. So if you can make it, please come out. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Obviously, this is a great moment to highlight and pointing out some of the language within the reso, the abolishment of slavery, and it's no more pertinent time to talk about some of these issues. And again, I did apologize to the public before, but again, I'm on my box. I will not allow anyone to paint the picture or create the narrative that I've ever been unnegotiable. I've negotiated with every single person on this council. I've supported every single person, only to have been double-crossed. I've went to Corporation Council, and you guys are gonna hear much more about it. I've went to him on multiple items where he's told me things like, "You've got my word." I went to the BA as well. I went to the mayor. I just showed you the prints. The church's property was stolen from them. When you continue to go to people and ask, and you get nothing in return, what do you do at that point? And we're talking about, I go to them and negotiate for the betterment of this community. I'm asking you, Patersonians, where do you feel as if our community is any better? As I was coming here, a young man complaining about a dink in his rim. I said, yeah, the pothole's out of control. He said, well, we waiting for you to fix them. That's the mayor's responsibility. And of 19 roads that's being paved, 12 of them in the 6th ward. So what does that leave the first? Where we at on the list? So to try to paint the narrative of I'm being unwilling to negotiate or go to them and willing to give ground, that's an absolute fallacy. That's the furthest thing from the truth. While our community is the most dangerous community of all, my cousin Mary, who lost her life right outside. Then another cousin we just lost through gun violence. How many members of our community, and it just so happens to be that the black community is at the grunt of this. While we sit here and play these games every single night, I'm not gonna allow it to happen. I'll just say this as I close. Do you understand why they wanted me gone? Now do you understand why the mayor walked the streets and hit every door while the majority of this council supported somebody else? So I couldn't sit here and put them in uncomfortable moments like this. Do you know what the other person would have done? Yes, thank you. This is phenomenal, fantastic. I love all the black people. Thank you, Juneteenth. This is an embarrassment, and we should be embarrassed. What happened to these employees, predominantly black employees who can't even afford to pay their rent, who come out and do an extra job on election day just so they could recover some additional money for the BA to commandeer their check, and this council to sit on our hands? And every time you consistently hear the council say, it's not us, this council holds equal authority to the administration when it chooses to exercise it. But right now, this council's complicit. They're in cohorts with the administration. And anything that they do to abuse the people, we sit here and just allow it to happen. I will not. I will not. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilwoman Mims.
So I want to thank Councilwoman Cotton for bringing this item forward. This is an item that commemorates 1865. 1865 is when the declaration was made that slaves were free. Even over 400 years later, there's still some things that are owed to our people and our community, and that's why I continue to be a part of the reparations conversations, and even there has been a bill that established the reparations task force so that we're able, as the African American community, to get what's rightfully belongs to our people for all of the things that we endured unnecessarily. As a daughter of a mother who was someone that picked cotton and churned tobacco, a granddaughter of grandparents that were a part of the slave trade, it is really disheartening, and it's a really sad situation to always be reminded daily of our past struggles, our past bondages, but we're so grateful to God that He brought us through, and we are still yet here to be able to openly declare that we deserve our reparations. We deserve the respect. We also deserve to be acknowledged for all of the bondage that we incurred during that time, during slavery, and still yet even in these days. It is a sad day where we still encounter racism, derogatory situations, unnecessary language, and all types of things that happen. Even yet still to this day, people are still being ostracized and domiciled to the effects of what happened to us in slavery. So with this item, it is commemorating. I'm glad to see that it is here, but I'm also looking to see more things to be done. We have the privilege to be on the New Jersey Big Call Black Issues Caucus. We're participating in that, myself and Councilwoman Cotton, and that is a really important call, because on that call you get to learn what bills they're passing, what they're working on, what's in committee, where is it standing, and you can give input and give some advice as it relates to it. So we will continue to bring forth these items, even if it's in support of the bills that are being done. And I want to thank our Senator Poe, our Assemblyman Benji Wimberly, and Assemblywoman Shavonda Sumter for leading the charge, as well as their other colleagues on these matters, not just for our people, but for all people. Madam Clerk, with that being stated, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udin.
So after even after 100 years of Declaration of Independence, people had to fight to free from slavery. And even after that, 100 years gone, we had to fight for our civil rights. And after civil rights movement, many years gone, we still speak about Black Lives Matter. And we need to understand that our existence, when I said it multiple times, that when we talk about the immigrants here in the United States, our existence here because of the African Americans. We stand here, we sit here because of them. So this is absolutely an honor that we are going to celebrate 20th anniversary of Juneteenth, and also June 19th is a paid holiday in the city of Paterson. I thank Councilman Cotton, Councilman Dr. Lilisa Mims for putting this resolution together in 2020, I believe, right? It's a paid holiday for the city of Paterson. You did. You did, okay, I really commend that. With that being said, my vote is I'm ready to celebrate on Saturday. We're going to walk in the parade. We're going to go to Eastside Park, and we're going to have a day to commemorate, thank everyone who fought for our freedom and fought for our existence here in this country, in this city, and of course, in this chamber. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Udine. Councilman Velez.
Time to celebrate, what was that? Time to commemorate and time to celebrate too. At the same time, to my brothers and sisters from the Afro-American community, we are one. We are one. And the reason we are one is because you paved the road to be able to be here today. To us. You go to Puerto Rico, Africa is in Puerto Rico. If you go to Dominican Republic, Africa is in Dominican Republic. If you go to any other cities or probably countries in the Caribbean, Africa is also in those countries. So we are one. And the good thing is that Paterson is a melting pot. It's a mixture. And then we come together to celebrate. Before my vote, I want to apologize to the organizers. This weekend I will be away to a wedding. Our family is getting married. We're going to be out of the state. So just in case, no rumors, I'm going to be out of the state. It's not that I'm not going to be participating in presence, but I'm there by my heart, and my colleague will represent me too. So saying that, my vote is yes. Congratulations, and let's celebrate together. And remember the flag raising, I believe, is going to be Wednesday.
I think so.
I'll be there.
Thank you.
My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Councilwoman Davila.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Definitely in full support. I as well would like to, from now, let you all know that I will not be here as well. Saturday, June 15th is my son's 25th birthday, and my mom's 70th year, and it's 9 years now that she's gone to heaven. So we have plans, and with that, you know, I am actually going to be out of the state as well. I'll be in Vegas. I think I've shared this to all my colleagues, so I won't be here till the following week. But with that said, you know, enjoy. I know the parade is coming, the festival. I'm in full support. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I will definitely be representing my council colleague at the parade on Saturday. And I would like to take this moment to invite all the residents of the great city of Paterson and also those out-of-town members of this community of New Jersey that watch this council meeting to just join us on this great parade that is going to be on Saturday. We're going to have a great weather. Saturday starting at 10 o'clock, based on what I know. And also the parade and the festival at the Eastside Park, all the permit, everything is ready for us to have a beautiful festival at the park. And this is a great opportunity for us to talk to our children about history, about slavery in this nation, and being this day that, you know, that they end the slave in this nation. It's a great time for us to talk to our children about history, Our children, they need to know the history, they need to know the struggle. And I'm always saying that civilization start in Africa. You could go to South America, Central America, to the Caribbean, and black is everywhere. So this is our time to celebrate diversity, to celebrate what is the true history of this nation. So I'm looking forward to celebrate and enjoy this great parade. I understand that some of my council colleagues will be out, but the rest will be there. So with that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 14 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item 15.
Item number 15 is a resolution honoring the life and legacy of Dr. Paul Sova for 40 years of dedicated service to the city of Paterson. It's sponsored by Councilman M.D. Ford Udin and co-sponsored by the remaining members of the Municipal Council. It's a City Council Resolution 24:367.
Second.
Second.
So move.
It was moved by Councilman Udine, second by Councilwoman Mims and Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 15.
Roll call on item number 15 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson. Yes. Councilwoman Mims.
So I didn't say this in when we had the last item, but back in, I believe, 2020,
Yes.
I wrote the legislation to make Juneteenth a citywide paid holiday for all the employees, and to this day, our employees get paid and they're off on Juneteenth. So I want to put that on the record.
That's right.
That I wrote that legislation in 2020. This is the last item. City business will be finished after this, and we'll move forward, but great job, Council President. This is the last item on the agenda. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udine.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I reminded Dr. Lily Summers of what she has done in 2020. So I should get some credit for reminding you. So to the pet lovers in the city, to the pet lovers in the city of Paterson, you know Dr. Sova for the last 40 plus years. He has inherited the Blue Cross Dog and Cat Hospital on Mifflin Boulevard from his father. He has passed away not last month, in April 18th, 2024. And he closely worked with our chief of animal control, Chief Dicano, since 1975. So I think and he voluntarily helped so many of our residents, pet and pet owners as well. So we pray for his departed soul. My sincere condolences to the family. His son is still practiced at the same location. So again, if you stop by, if you go there, just know this. Just express your condolences to the family, and I'll try to bring the family here in the council chamber and honor the family for the service of Dr. Sova for the last 40 plus years in the city of Paterson. My vote is absolutely yes.
Thank you, Councilman Udine. Councilman Velez.
That's true, Councilwoman Lisa Mens. That resolution honoring the Afro-American week or celebration has a lot of names, and whereas your name, Ruby, co-sponsor. Also in the 1990, also shows that Councilwoman Aim introduced the legislation recognizing. So this is a real good body resolution. For those that want to have a copy and read it, you could have it and take it home and frame it. You know, when we talk about service, 40 years of service, and sometimes we think we only serve people. There's animals out there that we serve, dogs, cats, and right? Those that are lovers of animals, everybody knows I have a nice, beautiful husky, so well deserved, you know, even that he's serving now from heaven, you know, he served our city quite good. When he needed a volunteer, you know, was there present, so it's a great loss. It's a bad loss for all of those that used to get service in the animal control or, my dog used to be served. Yes, so my vote is yes. Rest in peace.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Councilman Kalik.
I voted yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Kalik. Mr. President,
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And before my vote, Councilman Mims, you should get that resolution framed and present it at the parade, because that was a very big resolution, making sure that our city employees, get this as a holiday and also get paid. That's amazing. And we thank you for that. We're definitely moving forward. And also, Councilman Dean, thank you for honoring the life and legacy of Dr. Paul Sova for the 40 years of service. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 8 yeses, 1 absent. Item number 15 is hereby adopted.
Council President,
Thank-
President, before you close, before you go to
Thank
public-
you, Madam Clerk. Give me a second. You announced the vote, Madam Clerk?
Yes, I
Yes, you
did,
did.
sir.
Yes, Councilman Velez?
Yeah, thank you, Council President. I don't want to leave this place without asking through the chair to the Madam BA. There is some, I don't know if factual, I don't know if it's true, I don't know if it's real. We don't know, and I gotta say it, we don't know. I don't know regarding the issues of this 19 employees, whatever Councilman Jackson mentioned, of not getting paid in election time, and he assumed there's only people of color that are not getting paid. I would like to have. Sir, go back to the tape. Go, sir,
Members of the
sir, I'm
public,
speaking, okay?
please.
So, I'm speaking.
Please.
So, assuming that he said whatever he said, I'm listening, okay? What we want is, is possible, Madam BA, at the end of the meeting, or if you could send us a detail of what really happened. Because we don't want to go to assume that things are being taken on people's hands and not really the case, right? So to get the real facts, if you want to have it, email it to us in writing, or after the meeting, you could clarify any statement made regarding that issue. Anybody want to see the tape after this? You could listen to yourself.
Thank you.
Or the tape.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. So, members of the public, and I addressed the situation with the payment. When I hear what will happen, I met with the VA. We spent almost an hour going through the document. What I'm going to do tomorrow, because this is an emergency, I'm going to ask some of my council colleagues to join me on a meeting with the clerk and Madam BA, Madam Clerk and Madam BA, to address this matter. Our employees, they deserve to get paid, so let's get to the bottom of the situation. And that's the best way to fix a problem. Let's bring all the parties on the table. What happened? Let's fix it on the table. And I'm going to ask my council colleague that want to participate, 4 council members. We'll sit down with the administration and we'll go over. Now we're going to a public portion. Members of the public,
Council
I'm
President.
only asked for 2 things. Be respectful of the 3 minutes that we have, and also to be respectful of my council colleague. As council president, Councilwoman Davila, can you give me a minute? As council president, I cannot sit here and allow members of the community to just disrespect council member, calling the name, clown, and all of that. That's not gonna take us anywhere. Coming into the chamber and disrespecting council members will not take you anywhere. Now, I do appreciate to see the community in this room, because it takes a lot of effort for you to leave your house and come here and sit there for 4 hours to speak. I mean, that speak value. That means that you care about Paterson. You might not express it on the way that other people will agree, but you care about the city. Taking time out of your time just to be here and use your 3 minutes. So let's use the 3 minutes wisely. Let's respect every council colleague, and we want to hear from you. We want to take note, and we're all here to make our city better. So, Madam Clerk, let's call our first speaker. How many speakers do we have?
Before I call the first
Council
speaker,
President, can you let me speak first?
After the public portion, Madam BA.
before I call the first speaker, Mr. President, I'd like to introduce the 2 new hirees in the City Council's office, Ms. Deidre Poldo and Ms. Crystal Fazinga are 2 new members of staff in the City Council's
Let's
office.
put our hands
2
together
great
for-
employees.
Thank you.
Welcome to the team,
Welcome to the team.
my niece and friend.
Let's They are, and they will. They are and they will. Let's call the first speaker, Madam Clerk.
First speaker is Miss Eva L. Razak. Elvis Durhan, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, I read it.
Mr. Elvis Dorr, Paterson, New Jersey. Before I get into my announcements, just want to say this as the promoter for the city of Paterson, New Jersey, and a gospel music promoter. I don't understand $19 million. We got that in 2020 and nobody could come up with no ideas. This is the third largest city in New Jersey. It's so many stuff you could have done with $19 million. Upstairs from 7-Eleven, you could have had created a performing arts center. So I just want to bring that up. Also, the African Heritage Parade is this Saturday, June 15, 10 o'clock a.m. It's starting from the Masonic Temple, 224 Broadway, and it's going all the way to East Side Park, 800 Broadway, Paterson, New Jersey. And 12 o'clock p.m. will be the Juneteenth Festival at East Side Park. Okay. My annual Gospel Summer Jam, I want to ask the City Council, just endorse it. Say something about it. I do this every year, and now it's got different branches. Got one in Prospect Park, got two in Paterson, New Jersey. But mine's Elvis Dorr Outreach Music Production presents Gospel Summer Jam, Sunday, July 21st. It's a free will donation. Doors open at 3 o'clock p.m. The concert start at 4 o'clock p.m. And it's going to be on the First War. New Generation Kingdom of Power Ministry, 170 North Main Street, Paterson, New Jersey. And it's going to be featuring Elvis Dorr, the King of Paterson, New Jersey, will be live in concert. Come out and support. Because I could go any place else, but I choose to stay right here in my city, Paterson, New Jersey. And this going to happen on the First War. Now I'm going to talk about the Fourth War. Councilwoman Ruby Cotton War. Eric McKenzie and the Highlight Juniors anniversary concert. Saturday, June 29th. Doors open at 2 o'clock p.m. The concert starts at 3 o'clock p.m. It's going to be at Canaan Baptist Church, 535 East 22nd Street, Paterson, New Jersey, featuring Little David and the Bells of Joy out of Baltimore. They're coming from all the way from Baltimore, y'all. Tickets is only $25. This is going to be one of the biggest gospel concerts to ever hit the city of Paterson. For more information, you could contact 862-276-5041. 862-276-5041. Just want y'all to know before I sit down, Gospel Concerts is back in Paterson, New Jersey. Okay, I want y'all to put that down. Gospel Concerts is back in Paterson, New Jersey, and it's going to be other promoters coming to this microphone telling you about other events, and not only gospel concert, we got some R&B concerts on the way to Paterson, New Jersey.
Thank you.
Okay? God bless you, and peace.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Miss Eva Razak.
And members of the community, when you speak on the mic, don't speak too close because I hear it doesn't sound good when you get too close to the mic. So we got Eva. That's Eva. That's it. That's Eva. That's Eva.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
There's always a reason for my madness. I say, since last week we had an issue that felt some kind of way, the women, I have to tell all my women, each and every one of us is a queen. It's easy for a man to lay us down, but it's hard for them to get us back up. And I have to say something. In this town, the more we fight, the more we're going to separate. Now, I'm going to stand in the front because I want my sisters up there, because I ain't got my glasses on, to read this, Sister Mims, what it means to be a queen. Excuse me, gentlemen.
Black, persistent, sophisticated, talented, beautiful, passionate, remarkable, alluring, wonderful, brown sugar, amazing, phenomenal, whatever we want, we got it, we could do it, just like we want it. What needs to be stated is already understood. I'm just adding stuff to it, because we're all that in a bag of chips.
I got this dress at an event that it was Hats for Hope. And yesterday and this weekend at the event that was happening at Eastside Park with the sororities, I went here to Ms. Vera Ames, to autism. I went to a little bit. But I want to say, us ladies, we rock. And Mr. Gentleman out here, and I don't mean to be disrespectful to any gentleman, any race, do not call us out of our names. Because you were born out of a woman, a mother, not a hooch, not a biatch. And I learned something. When they call you a bitch, ladies, we are. You know why? Because it means being in total control herself. Get it? Get it? And listen to my men, because I don't leave you behind. When they call you, you is a nigga, nevertheless in God's arena. Get it? Get it? Get it? Because you know what? We all deserve to be respected from anybody. So for me to do this today, it took a lot. But I said, you want to know something? I need to bring something. And when you say make memories, I want somebody, this to be said. When Evie leaves this world, I want to leave an impression that I came from wherever I was kidnapped to Paterson to bring love and respect. Once again, my queens, I'm going to model.
You did that, queen.
Thank you, Eva. Thank you. Thank you. Well said. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
I love you guys.
Next
I really
speaker.
mean that.
We love you too, Eva.
Miss Kathy Morgan. Okay. Miss Darlene Morris.
Darlene.
Darlene Morris.
Darlene Morris. Mhm.
I'll be right with you. I thought I had my notes out. Okay.
Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. My name is
Good
Darlene
evening.
Morris, born and bred in Paterson, and still a proud Pattersonian regardless. I came here tonight because I took umbrage with some things that were said in the council meeting last week. But first and foremost, with regards to Joshua, the little 8-year-old boy that was crushed and smashed by a car twice, and nobody knew. That's problem number one. Then, you know, when you talked about the $19 million, I don't know. Well, also, when you talk about Jameek Lowry, when you talk about Najee, and the reports, you don't get any definitive information. And then when people are upset and angry, then it becomes a big deal, and nobody, but you still don't get any answers. And I wonder how long that you expect for people to sit back, not be served properly, rent's going up sky high, can't afford to eat, you give them crumbs, they gotta go out in the street and stand in lines, getting evicted every week, gotta walk past garbage, their kids are getting killed, their kids are getting crushed, and then say, this isn't the place to talk about it. I bet if Andre Sayers' son got crushed in the car, you wouldn't have been able, everybody would have talked about it to nauseam. And I took issue also when someone mentioned that it felt like a third world country. Well, if that's the way they feel, they can say that. They can say that because nobody wants to live in a third world country. And if that's how I feel, it's a legitimate feeling. And then, you know, I was looking here at this resolution tonight for Juneteenth, and I celebrate Juneteenth, for the abolishment of slavery. It's just unfortunate it's not abolished. The law was signed, but now we have quiet weapons and silent wars. Because when a city could stand by, have the mayor go around with somebody to destroy someone else, try to destroy his business, try to destroy. First it was he was always getting tickets. Then it was his business on this. And then the mayor walks through the city to try to destroy this man. And what bothers me is that black people sit there and don't say, this place should be teeming with people to come against this administration that's gonna try to destroy a black business. You don't see them destroying them businesses in the 6th Ward because he's part of them. When we stop wanting to be a part of everybody else and be us, then we're gonna we own nothing. We own absolutely nothing. And that's why they don't come to us, we keep running to them. And then, unless and until we get black folks together and we build our own communities like Black Wall Street, and if they come to destroy us, we destroy them first. I'm not trying to be diverse. I want black pride.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
David Thompson.
Sorry, next speaker, Madam Clerk.
David Thompson.
He left. Next speaker? No.
Francis Harrison.
Good evening, everyone. Francis Harrison, 302 East 41st Street. I've come down to speak, and my comments is for the BA. Okay. This city's filth, this city's unlawfulness is because of you. Okay. You are the one that holds the purse strings for this city. You have directors that are over departments that the community comes before these mics over and over and over complaining about lack of. But these directors do not come to show their face. So what does the community do? They beat up on the council, they bring it to your attention, and still nothing is being done about it. The filth in this city, the lack of enforcement, and the things that are going on. My question to you is, what is it that you really are trying to do, and what if you're doing about the fact that we do not have any weekend inspectors, any night inspectors, because you refuse to pay a good wage to these people? That's one of the excuses that you're saying, that people don't want these jobs. But the low-hanging fruit, the amount of money that can be gotten through hiring people that are comparable and willing to do their job, what really are you doing to this city to replace these inspectors? Because on the weekend, everybody knows. Come on the weekend and do anything that you want. They don't have dumpsters. They bag out stuff. This garbage company that you insisted was going to save us money, they're still picking up recycle and construction, long as you grease their palms. Pictures have been sent, complaints have been made, but it's still happening. We need inspectors and we need enforcement in this city. When are you going to hire people to enforce this city? The other thing is, for the finance guys gone, we bring things to the community, and it's always, we're going to come back to it. We're going to come back to it. We're going to move it forward, and then we're going to come back. What is the issue with the sewer bill? When is that going to be brought back up? to get straightened out for the people. Okay, that has not been brought back. There was one other thing I wanted to talk about. Okay. Oh, the reports. We keep asking for reports. What is so hard if you're doing the job and you can quantify it to give the community the reports that we continually ask for? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Reverend Fisher, Unity Missionary.
Left. Yeah.
Chanel Fields.
She all right. Madam Clerk, you can call me whatever you want. Before I begin, before you start my time, I want to say that I'm speaking on behalf of Latavia Nakak. I did clear this with Council President. The mother of Joshua Nakak. He is the 8-year-old boy who was crushed between the car. So those of you who would like to donate, the cash tag for the 8-year-old Joshua is #, dime, lowercase DIME 34672. Again, $, lowercase DIME 34672. He is having surgery in the morning. His mother was planning to be here tonight to speak on his behalf, but his surgery is actually going to take 12 hours tomorrow. Much like Darlene Morris, I have a real problem tonight that I can no longer be silent about anymore. I'm bringing it to the public's attention where it will hopefully be explained and or resolved. On Tuesday, May 28th, one of the most ignorant and insensitive statements I've ever heard was made in this council meeting. The statement, and I quote, was, "As a mom, educator, and grandmother, I didn't need to speak about this platform because I have spoken to the mother several times," yet guiltily then proceeds to speak about it. This child had almost 17 surgeries and is still going through it. We should be praying. That's what we should be doing. Then you proceed to further put your foot in your mouth, and I quote again, "You got to get to know the criminal bail reform law. If they don't have nothing on their jacket or a significant crime or incident, they are released on their own recognizance. This mother is fighting for justice for her child." Then you begin to ingratiate yourself. You're going to see me posting for donations. You have 14 days, Dr. Mims. What have you done? To the public, she has not made one public request for donations for this mother.
That's a lie.
No, it's my turn. And I can name several times where you have stated things that bear no ounce of truth. Followed up with, I quote, "It is not the platform to use that concern because it is a very serious concern." Further ingratiating self rather than focusing on the issue at hand about how your son almost died at 1 year old because of an appendix rupture and then was later hit by a car at 8 years old. Somehow you felt the need to share that though, and your son is alive. Newsflash, nobody wants to hear about your son in the middle of their son fighting for his life. It can't always be pictures, parties, and ribbon cuttings. This is not this is the platform to speak about these issues that plague our community. This mother, Latavia Nakak, has cried and still cried. This child is suffering every minute. The public needs to know that the person that hit this child received several citations for reckless driving and endangerment since 2018. Does that not sound like someone who needs to be off the road? The public needs to know that Joshua, the 8-year-old, was crushed so hard that his leg was amputated. Part of his hip was removed due to infection. His rectum was torn out. He suffers with internal bleeding in his stomach. His genitals were mashed, and his kidneys are damaged, which forces him on dialysis at 8 years old. How dare you attempt to silence the council and the public from speaking about something so important, but let it be your sorority. You don't miss a moment to run the red lips about my sorrow, my sorrow. Your self-security is questionable every time. Don't run your resume down at every meeting. Be the part you tell us you are in real life. You don't want to be called a clown. You know what? I'm not going to call you that. I'm going to call you a bad child. You're the bad child whose parents know that the child is bad and needs to be chastised and keeps getting chances. And we hope you course correct. Why is it that every time Councilman Jackson says something, you feel the need to go behind him and oppose him towards everyone? Shame on you. Tonight, as a person who loves this community, and I love you, I need you to get yourself together and stop being the ass that you called him at the breakfast on Saturday. Enough is enough.
President.
Next speaker, Madam.
Council President.
Next speaker
Councilwoman
is
Mims.
Council President, I need to interject, and I know we normally wait till later, but I need to, Council President, Council President, Council
Trust me,
President.
it will be better. At closing, I'll open with you before we start. Yeah.
Mr. Eddie
I'll
Olivares.
open. That way everybody could.
Public, I will address the
Yes,
lies. I
yes.
will address it at the end.
Yes. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Eddie Olivares.
Members of the public. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
He's at the podium.
Yes, good evening, Paterson. I am going to title my 3 minutes. Oh, thank you. Again, I am going to title my 3 minutes today, What Not to Do. This is directed at council members throughout the United States, excluding you guys. On this council, there's only one person that is worthy of the title councilman, and that is you, Mr. Jackson. And so, this is for council members in other municipalities. This is what you should not do. You have witnessed here in the few minutes in the public speaking, in just a few minutes, exactly what you should not do. They show you every week, week in and week out. We show you what not to do. But I want to illustrate, too bad that Mr. Abdelaziz is not here. You know, a few weeks ago, Mr. Jackson introduced a resolution to honor the life of the Carter family for Hurricane Carter. And Mr. Abdelaziz felt the need to outdo Mr. Jackson. And in real time, he said he was going to call the county, and he called, I don't know who he called, but he called someone, and he says, no, Mr. Jackson, you did not go far enough. You know, we should erect a statue or something to that effect. And the references that have been made to the clowning, it's me. It's I who use that terminology. But this council is confusing, how should I say this, you know, facts with what they feel is disrespectful. To call the president, the council president, call him by name, Mr. Mendez, you are incompetent. Is that disrespectful? Can you order these fine police officers to take me out of the chambers? No, you can't. You don't have such a power. You don't. Okay? These officers are here. They know exactly what to do. They know when to intervene. And if you get stupid, they're going to take you in cuffs. Anyone. They're not here to take orders from you. But I want to end with this. Dr. Mims, last week, threatened to bring people and beat me up because of what I said, because of things that I said. And now, you know, if the intention was to instill fear, let me tell you, you succeeded. My wife is terrified of you, ma'am, terrified. And so I tell you, council members throughout this country, this is what you do not do. You do not threaten people. You do not be disrespectful to people. You know, Mr. Abdelaziz, he didn't even show up to the honoring of the Carter family. That is disrespectful, and to call him a clown is too much. He's less than a clown.
Let's speak, Madam Clerk. Hey, Beth.
Kathy Morgan.
Council President,
I'm
is there any chance Rafael could raise the volume?
Rafael, the value
on
of
this
the
side?
mic for the council member,
Inside the
especially
chambers.
from the clerk, if you could just lower it. But members of the public, do not speak close to the mic because people can listen to you when if you speak. It's muffled. If you get close to the mic.
No,
Yes.
Council President, it's the volume inside here that they cannot
No,
hear.
Rafael,
Is there any chance it could?
Do you double check that?
The microphone of Madam
All right,
Clerk.
so just continue. Rafael will check that. Just continue. Let's start with you 3 minutes.
Okay. Good evening, Abed
good
Tabata,
evening.
178 Michigan Avenue. It's been 250 days since the war in Gaza happened. I don't know if you guys keep up with the news, but a massacre just happened, a genocide. And it's continuous since October. And it is a shame for each single council member that was there on Friday to honor the Palestinian flag raising while you guys are sitting there and advocating for Joe Biden. That's Genocide Joe. That's his nickname. You're advocating for people to vote for him. And you could shake your head, yes, no. I mean, listen, it's the Democratic Party. That's what you guys are going to support no matter what. So whether it's Joe Biden or Bill Pascrell that signs and votes for the funding for Israel and puts up posters and billboards on the highway that say pro-Israel is pro-America. But he forgot about 1967 when the USS, 1967 when the U.S. Liberty, the naval ship that got bombed by Israel and killed more than half of the soldiers that were on that vessel. But let's digress from that. Let's not try to be hypocrites. Let's stand by our word because that's all we have. We have to be people of honor and moral and ethic, being very ethical. We give the public 3 minutes to speak up here, and that's not enough time for a lot of people. But at the same time, in our code of conduct for the city council, they have 2 minutes to respond. Last regular meeting, it took 2 hours for the city council to finish the closing of the public portion. Whereas the public finished in 30 minutes, but the council took 2 hours? Can we switch it up? Let's give the public 15 minutes to speak, and then you guys take the 3 minutes to respond. You guys could sit there and reach out to each individual person. It's the same people that come here every single week. It's not new, mostly it's not new faces. So everybody should have every single person's number that's in here, and you could call them and respond to them directly. There's no need to give them excuses, this and that, and sit there for 45 minutes. Not just Councilman Jackson, because it was every single one that took more than 20 minutes to give a yes vote to close the public portion. I'd like to yield my time to my son. He has some concerns also. Yeah, let's stand up here. Speak.
Hi.
What's your name?
My name is Hamad Abdulhamid Fabata.
Okay. What you guys speak about? Communion? Tell them.
We need like more stuff for the community because the kids are just playing on the road.
So what you need?
We need like playing grounds.
What else? That's
Like
it.
with like
That's it. Your 3 minutes are up. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
It's Kathy Morgan.
No, I want everybody to know, seriously, I want everybody to feel safe. Come on. Come on. No, seriously. Come stand by me. I want everybody to feel safe while I'm here.
Officer.
You sure?
Stay there.
Okay. Because I don't want nobody to be upset. I don't want nobody to be scared or frightened or any of that stuff. I don't want to be accosted when I leave, you know, because my husband is concerned. Okay. So, Madam BA, I'm going to start with you. I've sat in this council chambers, not this per se, many a times, and I've heard Mike ask you for documentation, reports, where money's gone and where money's going. And to date, and my kids were little. To date, we haven't gotten anything. So I'm trying to figure out what's going on here, okay? There's no answers. So I'm gonna need for you to step up your game or give back that raise you just got so maybe these other people can get paid. Let's do that. See how that works. And little man, you on point, because I was just getting ready to say everything for our children is gone. There's no community centers. There's no place for these kids to go. Half of these parents are working their fingers to the bone, so they don't have an outlet. They don't have anybody. We were able to go to Gino's church when we was little. We go get box lunches during the summer, and all of that. We had the free camp task force. They don't have that. They did have the Planet 301 in the mall. IHOP had the free dinner after hours. Everything's so high, so that's even gone. You got that big mall that's getting ready to be empty because the rent is too much. And I want to know about the parking on the sidewalks. They're building all these affordable housing. And people have driveways. They have garages. They don't have driveways. And they're parking on the street, literally on the sidewalk. So if you're walking down the street, this is the sidewalk, you gotta come out into the street and around their cars. I'm gonna need for somebody to step up their game on that one, because Paterson police be hanging out a lot and not handling it. It is, it's everywhere. It's everywhere. You're building these houses that have garages. The people are not parking in the garages. They seem to think they own that street in front of their house, and they're parking on the sidewalks. We got to do better, and I see a lot of faces being turned up, but maybe you have a driveway that you can pull in. Maybe you don't walk down the street when you go to someone's house. Maybe you pull into their driveway and walk right into their houses. All of us don't do that. Mike, I want to thank you for being informative. I want to thank you for keeping us on point, letting us know what's going on. And I want to thank you for your love and your zeal for this city. And don't let anybody, you stand on your soapbox. And if it starts to cave, we're going to be right up under, pushing you up. Because at the end of the day, overshadowing your points and speaking over you and trying to turn something you say backwards, it's not working for us, because we hear what you're saying. And we appreciate you staying on point. And we appreciate you informing us of what's going on. And those of you that sat in your seat tonight and stayed here, I want to applaud you all. I don't know what's Al's problem. He can never stay in his seat. Lewis is gone from time to time, but I just want to, I just want to applaud y'all for staying in your seat, and thank you for saying you want us to respect you and having your people respect us.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Rodney Addison.
Addison.
Rodney Addison. Oh, he's there.
All right. Good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening.
Good evening.
So, as you know, I am the chairperson for the Paterson Juneteenth Festival, which will be Saturday, June 15th from 12 to 7. I would not like to miss this opportunity to express to my community the hardship of trying to get our festival planned and executed for this year, solely due to the I don't want to be rude, so I'm not going to say incompetent, but the lack thereof of the individual bodies of the administration. So I'm going to supply you a timeline of events. We handed in our application January 17th. As of today, you heard that it's just now being voted on. Why so? We handed in our application January 17th. It took 3 months to get a meeting with the 3 departments, fire, PD, and DPW, to sit down with us, 3 months, to sit down with us, to provide us contracts to see what we were going to have to pay to have this festival. And the only reason they sat down with us was because the mayor forced them to sit down with us. From there, it took another month and a half. It took until April for them to give us the contract, where Sergeant Torres was able to get us the contract the day after the meeting we had with them, in which we paid the day after. So Sergeant Torres from Traffic, I truly appreciate your professionalism. You're amazing. Yes, he has. Amazing. On May 10th, I get a text saying that something's wrong with our application. Come down to licensing to address it. I get there and they tell me to my face they lost my application. All the way from back in January. The festival. For the Juneteenth festival. They tell me they lose my application. I said, no worries, I'll bring you an application, a new check, and a new insurance, to make sure it's done in according time. They tell me not to bring my application back until I have the other 2 contracts in hand. Fair enough. I didn't get the DPW contract until May 23rd, 2 or 3 weeks before the festival. From there, June 3rd, I'm called in by licensing once again. I'm told that they will not accept my PD contract that I paid for it on April 27th from June 3rd, because a word on the contract was not to their liking. Our contract said, quote, where other individuals who paid long after us said, invoice, I don't care, you cash my check. So the city no longer utilizes PD as a means of security for festivals. They use a third-party company called Extra Duty Solutions. We have to go through their portal in order to apply for security. So for them to tell me they're not going to put my application to resolution to get on the agenda to vote at the city council for my vendor's license until June 3rd is kind of rude. You know, it's a slap in the face, because that tells me that you don't have the respect of urgency to make sure that my cultural event, our cultural event, which is the first one of the city for the year, gets done in a timely manner when I provided you the information back in January. And then from there, on June 7th, it gets better. On June 7th, I get a call from the health department telling me they're not going to accept my food vendors. When I explained to them the lack thereof of the administration's individuals who dropped the ball along the way is the reason why it didn't make it to council in a timely manner, so that my vendors can do what they got to do to get their paperwork in, you're going to tell me you're not going to accept my vendors because of a small policy change that I knew nothing about. So if you don't know, vendors have to be supplied with a sponsor's letter with their application saying they have the authority to be at the event, right, along with some other paperwork. Last year when we did the festival, I gave them a general letter. That's a whole other story, but we're not here for that right now. I gave them a general letter last year reflecting that they are part of my event, had no issues. This year they wanted each food vendor to have a personalized letter across the board. I'm like, it's already June 3rd. It's not going to happen. So today I had a meeting with Della and I had a meeting with the mayor, into which they gave me end of today extension to try to get all that done. So we possibly won't have sufficient food
Council
vendors
President.
at all.
Yes,
Council
because of the lack
President.
thereof of the administration
Councilwoman,
dropping the
just a
ball
minute.
along the way.
Council President,
Excuse me.
Mr. Council President,
Thank
can
you. I know he finished his time, but just give me a second, Councilwoman. We already.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. But before, do not leave. I know a lot there's sold. Councilwoman Davila.
I just, Mr. Addison, you know, I was having a difficult time trying to understand what you were saying, because your
Yes.
back was
No,
the whole
but-
time
I
to
know,
the
I'm talking
council.
to the community. But
Okay,
the council,
but
you're fine.
what I do want to
Councilwoman.
just make just one statement of everything that, first of all, I'm sorry that you went through all that, right? But second, did you reach out to anyone on the council?
Yes.
Okay.
I got help. I got help.
So,
All right.
so Councilwoman,
Okay.
at the end, please
But
stay.
everything is in place and approved?
It is now. No, y'all fine. This has nothing to do with the council. Nothing to do with the council.
Trust me,
Okay.
trust me, because I received a phone call last
Right.
week. The same Tuesday, I added him to the agenda.
Yes.
And we already voted on. So you
Right.
got the assistance
Right.
from this council. We good,
Ca-
but I just want to
council's
make
good.
sure that we
Council's good.
okay.
It has nothing to do
At
with
the
the
end of the
council.
public portion, I know you're gonna
I'm
see
expressing to
comment.
my community the drop of the ball along the way from the administration side.
Yeah.
So, and this is not an attack or trying to get anyone in trouble to lose their job or whatever. It's just no constructive
Thank you.
criticism. of
Let's
how
finish.
we-
Let's finish the public
It's-
portion.
It's truth.
And don't leave. Next speaker,
Facts.
Madam Clerk. How many
Yeah.
members?
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Edwin Rodriguez. Left.
He's gone. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Daphne Cunningham.
Left.
Deborah Hannibal.
Good evening, council.
Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Clerk.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, Deputy Clerk and the administration.
Good evening.
I wanted to start this evening by issuing an apology to Councilman Abdelaziz. He pointed out that I was, I'll just say he said I was wrong. And he may have been right, because I called what looked like to me, because I said I don't have a term for it. I called it environmental racism. I don't know what to call it. But what I know and what I said is, when you look at this council, so if I take a look And if the camera can zoom in on every face, the faces that I see looking back to me are black and brown faces. And to me, it doesn't look like his face was a black or brown face. And so he is the one that every opportunity that he has, he says that over 50% of the repavement of streets in the city occur in his ward. These are words that he said out of his mouth. So I was repeating what he said. So I'm saying that if you're talking to the BA, so we're gonna look at the BA now with our camera. So he's saying that he goes in and he talks to the BA and he gets over 50% of his projects done. I said what it looks like. It doesn't look right. It looks like something different is happening. When I come home from church and I look at my Ring doorbell camera footage and I see the mayor going door to door in my community with a candidate for the only black man that sits on this council, it doesn't look right. I'm just saying about appearances. It doesn't look right. I know that the black folks, when I grew up here, we were in the majority, I think. We may have been in, yeah, we were, and I know we're not now, but it doesn't mean that things that are important to us should be overlooked. And then when I hear about a lost contract for something that was turned in, I don't hear other groups and other communities having these issues. I talked about my own issue with the BA, and I consider myself all day a professional. But I know that what happened to me here doesn't look right, and we know it wasn't right. And I should have really filed an EEOC complaint then, because it's not right. And we have people at the top that are in control. Something needs to be done. I don't know if we need to bring in a state takeover, but things are happening here that not only don't look right, they're not right.
Let's speak, Madam Clerk.
G. Greer. G. Greer.
Gee, looking good. Look at that. Working now. Go ahead, G.
Good afternoon. Good evening. Listen, I came down here. Y'all know I was here last week to talk about the 19 million. I don't even want to talk about it. You guys know it's out there, and I'm trusting and believing that this administration and the mayor is going to do the right thing and give the children of this great city of Paterson a beautiful recreation center. That's my prayers, okay? But what I want to talk about, when I came in, there was no more agendas. So I want to know, is Governor Street to be repaved on today's agenda? No, it wasn't. Excuse me, once again, this is my 3 minutes. The lower end of Governor Street, Councilwoman, was not on the agenda. If I'm not mistaken, Councilwoman at Large Mims made some type of motion, and it was supposed to be on today's agenda. And the reason I say that, okay, well, it sounds like it's not on the agenda because nobody didn't say it was. Let me just say this to the business administrator, the mayor. Okay, the lower end of Governor Street has never, ever been paved in my lifetime. And I'm more than a half of 100 years old, okay? Okay? I was born and raised in the city, and that road has never been paved. What I'm asking this council to do is, I think we have to take road pavement away from the politicians. I think you need to hire an expert to come in here and analyze these roads. okay? Because North Main Street has railroad tracks popping up from it. How in the heck, and nothing against my good friend Al from the 6th Ward, but how in the heck do Al get, how in the heck do Al get that many roads paved when we have a road in the city of Paterson that has never been paved? Something is wrong with this, ladies and gentlemen. Something is wrong. I like all you guys up there. I consider all you guys cool with me, but you cannot be calling the mayor saying, I need this road paved. What you need to do is hire an engineer, someone's trained to do this. None of you guys, nor me, is trained for this, but I do have a common sense. I know if the lower end of Governor Street has never been paved and those rocks from the 1800s, thank you, it's busting out from the scene, it's time to pave the road. To my good friend from the 1st Ward, in his defense, and I heard other council people say this to me, well, Mike ain't asked for no roads to be paved. Well, damn it, if I'm the mayor of this city, the chief executive of this city, I'm going to pave it anyway. I don't care if it's Mike's ward, Ruby Ward, the 2nd Ward. I'm just going to do it because it's the right thing to do for the people. Simple as that. Simple. So, on that note, I'm going to leave. I'm going to go get me some apples and oranges and keep this weight coming down. And listen, just do the right thing for the people. That's all. Set all your politics aside. Do the right thing for the people of Paterson.
Council
Thank
President,
you.
G, stay right there.
Yes,
Council
Councilmember
President,
Mims.
just to address Governor Street, you're right. When it was identified it wasn't on, I spoke to the BA. I met with them. It's added, so we don't have to vote on it. There was additional money left, so the entire Governor Street will be added. So the lower part, because the other part was already approved, we added the bottom part to it.
Thank
So
you. Thank you.
Okay,
Council President.
And council members, the reason why I allow Councilman Mims to speak
No,
was
there's no
because
reason.
I allowed
There's no
to.
reason. Everyone, I'm going to speak now as well. If you're giving privilege to other people, again, just as
Council
Deborah
members,
Hannibal
so-
said, it
Brother
doesn't
G,
look right.
Members of the
So,
community, members of the
Greer,
community. So,
to your point,
Councilwoman
I have
Davila.
definitely requested
Councilwoman
for
Davila
roads
spoke,
to
Councilman
be
Mims, Councilman
paved in the
Jackson, go
1st
ahead.
Ward. The North 4th Street, I'm sorry, North 4th near Circle Avenue. North 5th Street, the entire North 5th Street. In fact, I requested for Governor Street to be paved several years ago. I put the same complaint on there. Every single request that I've made to this administration has gone on deaf ears, and they have deliberately not serviced that community. They're not hurting me. They're hurting the entire community. And guess what? I'm not the only one, because if Al's getting 12 out of 19, how many of the rest of the wards getting? If Al's getting 12 and Al's not doing anything spectacular, the mayor's catering to where he came from as a former 6th Ward councilman, and the council has the ability to override that. If you watched in the past, Ken Morris, Councilman Bill McCoy, responsible legislators would not have let that happen. That's right. But when you have one vote fighting against the group, the council has no strength, no authority.
Thank you, G. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Abdul Ali.
I'm coming. Got hip problems, I'm coming. Say it in minutes. A'udhu Billah. Min ash-shaytanir rajim. Bismillah. Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim. Mike, the Creator is with you. I've been in this town 70 years. I've never seen a mayor walk up and down the street with a council person. Rooney didn't do it. Graves Sr. didn't do it. Graves Jr. didn't do it. Marty didn't do it. Joey didn't do it. Tell you something. I told y'all before. Andre, I'm going to tell you, and I hope you're watching. You plan, but God is the best of all planners. And your plan was disposed of and showed your true nature. Now, let's talk about some other stuff here. That's because you get a council seat up here, you get you a badge. In the Quran it says, be you Christian, Muslim, or Jew, or atheist. Strive like you're in a race. To all that is what? Good. To please your Lord. Ask you this question. Are y'all striving for that? Are you striving because you got a button, you can break some laws? Hey, I'm like, hold on. I was listening to one me, don't be critical. You know, criticism will help me get better. My mother didn't criticize me, I would have never got better. Now, I present the criticism.
Please speak in the microphones.
Get your act in order. That's why I put you in check. Say, you got two tongues, you know that, right? Ask yourself which one you using when you run your mouth. Mike, calm down a little bit. You know they're against you. You know they're against you. You know why? Truth has a tendency of irritating some people. That's why Abdul ain't here. That's why he run out. Sometimes she run out. And another, oh, you know what? I forgot something. Allah forgive me. For the Muslims, this is our holiday. It's the Eid. People coming back from Mecca, and I hope they have a safe journey home. For all the Muslims, happy Eid. Now, for the Muslims, what Quran are you reading that's not allowing you to stand up for what you need to stand up for? The truth. Are you part of the crew? You remember I said Andre had a bunch of comrades? Are you part of the comradeship? Because if you're a Muslim, you ain't supposed to be doing it. You're supposed to be against that, along with the lawyer. As far as the business manager, she has no traditions in this country. I mean, in this city. She ain't never lived here. She had to get a job. Matter of fact, she getting paid more than the mayor. She should be the mayor.
She is.
And then she gonna sit there and play this role. Listen, brother, I mean, hey, Menendez, don't make me get on you. That forest is still there. You ain't did nothing about it. I told you a couple years ago. You ain't do nothing about it. The raccoons and stuff is coming out of that forest. Then in summertime, to get warm, them children gonna be playing out there in the Alabama Project. What you gonna do about that? How many times you gonna keep lying to me with them two tongues you got? This is serious business here. We're dealing with a humanitarian situation that needs some sensitivity and respect involved with this.
Thank you.
So let's get busy and stop playing these head games. And Mike, stay your course. And for those with the African American Juneteenth and the African American Day month, I want y'all to remember, them Africans that came on the boat from Africa to America, none of them was Christians. They was all Muslim mandingos. So Muslims need to get respect in all these African American traditions. And the main one that need to be respected is the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Why do I mention that? The only movement that African Americans had that's still lasting after 93 years and still going strong. Not telling you got to be a Muslim, but respect us.
Thank you.
Don't kick us to the curb.
Thank you.
And you know what? We're going to get ours. Because the one on the bottom going to do what? Come to the top. And the one on the top is going to come to the bottom. And don't think God's going to get rid of us. God is using us.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Mary Taylor. Mary Taylor.
Michael Taylor for Mary Taylor. Allow my daughter to have a moment of silence, so 3 minutes, please. Thank you sincerely. Michael Taylor for Justice for Mary Taylor. Justice for Mary Taylor, justice for Mary Taylor, justice for Mary Taylor. I'm here today I sincerely want to thank Paterson Police Department for catching the suspect, one of the suspects that killed my daughter, that allegedly killed my daughter. I thank the Paterson Police Department for their work, but I'm also holding them accountable. I'm holding them accountable because I know majority of Paterson seen the video of the shooting of my daughter, and there's still culprits out there in the street. As a father of my daughter and dealing with gun violence on the daily since October and seeing continuing shootings in the city, I have to say something. I will say something. I'm continue to say something. It seems like you the council members, y'all afraid to say anything. I understand your silence, but I want to thank you sincerely, Council President, for holding a public safety meeting in your ward, because that did show that you care a little bit about public safety, and I hold all of you accountable over there. Not because you have anything with dealing with the shootings. No, y'all do not do the shootings, but I do hold y'all accountable for a lack of compassion to stop the shootings. Each one of y'all could hold public safety meetings in your individually wards if you really was concerned about ceasefire. I'm holding the mayor, Andre Sayak, for being a hypocrite for holding a ceasefire march, parade, / or whatever you want to call it, and didn't invite none of the parents or family members that have dealt with gun violence in this city. I'm holding them accountable because as a father dealing with gun violence, I'm highly offended about the mayor, Chief Abbasi, Chef Adamo having the ceasefire meeting, and I was just lucky to drive by when they was prepared for it. And I spoke to Abbasi pertaining my daughter's case. He didn't tell me nothing about the ceasefire. So what I'm getting at, I'm holding the Governor Phil Murphy accountable. I'm holding the State General Matt Placken accountable. I'm holding the mayor accountable. I'm holding the sheriff accountable. I'm holding Passaic County Prosecutor Valdez accountable. How is you going to hold a ceasefire parade, march, / or whatever you want to call it, and you haven't done no action to cease the fire in Paterson? I'm directing this straight to the people of Paterson, the black people of Paterson. I'm asking y'all to cease the fire, sincerely. Cease the fire now. Y'all see what's going on in the city. You can stay silent. If you stay silent pertaining the serious issues pertaining to gun violence, that's why they do such things as neglect the recreation for the kids, and the kids getting neglected for the $19 million coronavirus that was available to them. So the people of Paterson, all y'all, everyone is accountable. Everyone. Y'all continue to stay silent. You don't think this could affect you? Gun violence and everything? Until it hits your home, then you will understand the pain I feel. Right back to the black people of Paterson. Cease the fire now. Cease the fire. You see they bringing in migrants. They bringing in migrants every day to replace us. This got to stop. I put this on my back. Nobody want to speak upon the gun violence. I will speak upon it. I will never stop. I will also come up here and ask for justice. Continue for Jamik, Lowry. I will continue to speak justice for Felix De Jesus and Najee and Mary Taylor. I will never stop. And all y'all got voted. All y'all did get voted in. And once again, I don't blame y'all for the shootings, but let me see y'all work what y'all do individually in y'all own ward against gun violence and public safety. Michael Taylor, justice for Mary Taylor. I ain't never stopping.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Soraya Arab.
Okay, I wrote something down. I believe a lot of people know about my issue. Okay, so I've been complaining about a neighbor running a plumbing business from. Oh. Okay, so I've been complaining about a neighbor running a plumbing business from his driveway. I have been complaining to zoning and Paterson police, even though zoning and traffic police have been trying to do something about the double parking and congestion caused by the commercial van business run from a residential area. The owner of the house, he doesn't care. I believe he was issued many summons, many tickets. He just doesn't care. He bullies people in the neighborhood that complain. He's bullied me many times, and I have seen him bully both the police officers that come and zoning officers that come. This has been, I believe I've been complaining for like a year, like what can be done to resolve it? And it's like he bullies everyone that complains about it. I spoke to probably like 20 people in the street, and they have issues, and a lot of people are afraid to say anything. And because I am speaking out, I've been bullied many times by the owner.
What's the address?
It's 367 Knickerbocker Avenue. Okay. And I believe it's to the point where police, like, they're sick of me calling, but they're sick of going, but then there are recordings of him bullying the police. And you could even speak to Jose Torres. He said that I could use his name. You could speak to zoning about how he treats people that complain about the business run from his house. So I'm hoping something can be finally done, because the police department, they are trying to do their part, and zoning is trying to do their part. But when you have the house owner who just doesn't care about the laws because they think they don't apply to him.
Thank you. If you have any document, you could just pass it to our deputy clerk, just in case, for the council members to look at it, just in case, if that's the case. Sure. Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
I got all of them. in my
Carla
phone.
Harris.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Rodney is he's so sweet, he's so kind. Me, not so much. So I'm on the Juneteenth committee. We put our application in January, and we probably would have put it in July of 2023 if we could. But we were told that we can't put it in until the next year. So we did that. We put it in January. What makes me sick is I came down here and watched the council and everybody discussing the Peruvian parade and who was gonna run it and who was gonna do that. Where can you work at and go and tell your boss that you lost some paperwork and there is no consequences? This city is being ran just like the way it looks. And if you need an example of that, when you go downstairs and you leave this building, make a right in the alleyway and look to your right. And you know what? I'm not as kind as Rodney, because I'm a straight shooter. If you work for me and I pay you to do your job and you don't know your job and you don't know how it's supposed to be, you got no business sitting there. But they sitting there because they've been put there by nepotism. They don't have to know the job. They just sit there. Y'all have no idea the nights that this committee stood up, The back and forth that Rodney had to run to and run through because somebody lost paperwork. First of all, this is 2024. Why isn't this stuff being put in a computer? This city is sickening. Coming here today, riding along Paterson. We all live in Paterson. We all should ride the same streets. Can somebody please explain to me why is it okay for a flatbed truck to be trying to do a U-turn on Arch Street and Bridge Street? That auto business there, a flatbed truck, you are not supposed to impede traffic on the bridge. That truck did a U-turn, and the cars backed all the way down past Governor, to try to come, and he had the audacity to curse somebody out. I don't know, and y'all can do some homework too. It's okay. Y'all tell me what other parade put their application in January. It gets lost. I lost your paperwork. Never mind the fact that they called them down there under false pretenses because you didn't say you lost the paperwork when you came down there. You lose the paperwork. You come down there. Where is it allowed for the city to change the rules and not have it legally written down? If it ain't in writing, it's not enforceable. It's not enforceable if it's not in writing. Y'all gonna hear step by step of how bad this city treated the African American black community as a whole. And black people, these are the people we voted for. Because without our vote, they won't be sitting there. How y'all vote for people to treat y'all like garbage? I'm going to be back. It ain't over. I'm going to respect your time, but it's not over.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Khadija.
My issue wasn't as important as everyone else's. My first concern was in regards to 29th Street and 9th Avenue, Valvoline Gate, where all those plants are grown. I don't know if you guys remember last year, but we had a bug infestation with the spotted lanterns. They are blooming late this year, but they will be here by the end of August, November. Those bugs invade my dad's home, and they also invade the college. I personally have a fear beyond this world of bugs, but I also know that spotted lanterns are not just a issue of bugs, they are agriculture cost efficiency. Last year, New York lost $1.7 million in agriculture because of their wine being destroyed, their wine veins being destroyed because of those spotted lanterns, which are a foreign bug from Asia that, quote unquote, traveled through cargo over the last 3 to 5 years, and New Jersey was in quarantine of the spotted lanterns. I asked Valvoline who's responsible for cutting those trees. They said DPW. I called DPW. I asked them who's responsible for that. They said Valvoline. Valvoline had their land workers come and cut the grass. The trees are still there. That's a nest for those spotted lanterns. My block is right there where Pasquarelle lives at, and and something needs to be done about that. Someone needs to cut those trees. But then I heard what everybody else talked about tonight. As far as Palestine, I have a friend who lives there. He has cousins missing, family members dead. I asked like a week ago in regards to how do you get to know who to vote for sheriff, Passaic County? Everyone always say vote Team Democrats. Democrats are not no better than Republicans. I feel as though even when it came to voting for council, a lot of people my age don't know who to vote for or even what the council members are responsible for. And it's just like, how do we teach? I'm 30 years old. How do we teach people my age to be interested? Because civics is not a thing that's essential anymore. So a lot of people my age feel like, oh, that has nothing to do with me, or this isn't important to me. I feel as though a lot of people of my age, they spoke up, a lot of things would be different. However, those things are not, it's not the case. So my concern is, one, who can I go to help cut those trees to avoid those bugs? Because my dad is 63 years old. Last year, he went and cut them trees himself with a machete, and he shouldn't have to do that. And I also want to know, how do we get people my age to learn about the wrongs and the rights and what the council is responsible for and who they can go to with issues they're having within their city? I remember personally when I lived on Pennington Street, I had an issue and Velez did fix it. but then I got to know him, how he treats the public, and he didn't give the same good energy he gave me to the public. So that made me feel some type of way. I've paid attention to Mike Jackson, and I feel as though he is someone that cares more about the city, and I feel as though he's honest and raw. I feel as though this is just the people that I've gotten to know. And people my age don't take the time to get to know people that run for the council, and this is why so many voices go unheard. And that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
There are no more speakers.
Seeing none, move to close.
Second. Second.
I think there was a speaker. Elizabeth, do you add your name on the list? They might call you and you,
There's only one list.
yeah, come to the mic.
Just let her speak.
Go ahead.
The list is unimportant. She's in the room.
Council
Yes.
President, just in case,
She had
there's a
maybe
gentleman
one of the
also
list.
requesting to speak.
Just a minute. Go ahead, Elizabeth, come to the mic so that you might.
Just
That's
go to
okay.
the microphone. It's fine.
Respect.
Don't worry about the list.
So you got to do 3 minutes. on the list. Yes.
Lisbeth Cruz. Lisbeth Cruz.
Yes. Good evening, Elizabeth. Go ahead.
Good evening, everyone here. Good evening, councilman members. My name is Lisbeth Cruz once again. I just coming here tonight to say apologize. One of the guy he worked for the city. Yes. The name is Mr. Terrence Cobb. Yes, I know him for a while because he worked for the city hall. When I was there, all the time he say hi to me and I say hi to him. So basically, last week in June 4, I was working on the primary elation of the Challenger, River Street, and inside the police side. And when I go outside outside the police side, I saw him, like, do his job. But I cross the street and I say, hi, what's going on? So I don't know, probably a little confused with him because I know him for a while, once again. And he say, I don't know you, you don't know me. And I say, I know you. So, but I'm be here, that past. I don't want to remember that because I say something bad to him. It's not me, it's not my personality because I'm be here in this county for 14 years. I got a lot of families here. My family have a lot of business in the city. I have a lot of friends from Jamaica, from African American, different country. So everybody know me. I know a lot of people here. So, and I say, I apologize to you. It's not my personality once again. And I want to give you a hug. I'm never gonna be happen again. Say sorry to you. It's not I once again. It's not me because I'm very friendly. Everybody know me. Everybody know me in the county. So sorry again. Really
Thank you,
so
Elizabeth.
sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Elizabeth.
And I also have a letter for him and apologize. I speak with Mr. Claire like today. I was there in her office, and I say sorry to her too, and I apologize everyone in the room. It's not me. I'm Lisbeth Cruz, and I'm serving for the community and for the county. I work for the sheriff department too, so I work with Alex Mende, and I'll be here to continue and move it forward.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
and
you.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you. We have the,
Next speaker is,
even though we closed the public portion, we have a very special speaker, which is the last speaker. There was a motion on the floor. There was no motion. Mr. Dave, good evening, Mr. Dave. Big Dave.
Good evening, council
evening.
members and audience and Paterson at large that may be watching this evening. I had forgot that there was a meeting tonight. And when I got home and turned my TV on and automatically flipped to either CNN or cable access, I saw you up here and I walked down the street because I live here. is one of the things I want to say in terms of my involvement and or people's engagement with my social media page, of which I've had for 13, 14 years, you know, that I'm very involved. And I have plenty of opinions about what goes on here because I live here. Not like many people that collect a paycheck that don't live here. I'm from Paterson, Ghost, Eastside High School. Go Ghosts. And it bothers me when I see all these other people that get here, notwithstanding the Kennedy Knights and so forth. I mean, y'all okay. But I'm talking about them other people that just got here from the Bronx or wherever they come from. You know, I've been here a long time. I got legacy here, family, name recognition, and I'm not going to take no shit off nobody. That's it. So when we look at folk and we decide who's really for Paterson, who's really for a paycheck, who's really just here to pontificate and talk about the politics and this and that, I'm not a political person. I'm a community activist from the beginning until I die. I will be a community activist working for my community, whether I got a job or not. That's it. I don't give a shit about the job. I care about the community, my folk, my people. And that's why I'm wearing this shirt tonight. You can beat City Hall. I beat them once, I beat them twice, and I'm getting ready to beat them again in the federal court. Because you can't do people dirty and think you're going to get away with it. Some of us will fight back. I happen to be fortunate enough to have resources to be able to do that. You didn't know that I had an IBM pension and I had Social Security and I had all these other means of income and my investments and so forth when you fired me for coming forward with public safety issues. Case in point, the Art Factory. But that's getting ready to come to fruition very soon. You know, I'm somewhat taken aback by the fact that we don't really listen to people here. You talk at them. You gaslight people. Somebody went on my post, my 13-year-old post, and asked a website, and asked me, what did I mean by gaslighting? Gaslighting means that you're presenting things that are not true to convince people that things are different than what they are. That happens every day in the city of Paterson, whether it's Restaurant Week, whether it's Hitchcliff Stadium, whether it's ribbon cuttings and this and that, whatever. I work on code enforcement. I don't have a problem with that, but people need to understand, don't be hypnotized by the gaslighting. It happens every day.
Thank you, Dave.
So, yeah, thank you too. So when we talk about how we moving the city forward, it's a bunch of false narratives. False narratives of moving the city forward. We're not going nowhere. I remember back in the day when I was a kid and I couldn't walk through the east side because the police wouldn't let us walk. I remember when Frank Graves turned the hoses on the Spanish people down there on Market Street. I remember a lot of things that happened here. But when people tell me about and talk about returning Paterson to its greatness, I have to question, what is the greatness? We are no longer in the industrial revolution. We need jobs, we need training, we need a lot of things in the city of Paterson besides things for tourists. Hitchcliff Stadium, Mary Ellen Kramer Park, Libby's, all that stuff, and talk about making Paterson great again. No. Paterson, in its greatness, was when we were able to get jobs. We can't get jobs here. We can't even park your car here. So let's talk about those things that are important to the people at the grassroots level, not tourists, not all these other things that are going on, gaslighting the community. And I'm in closure, Council President, because I'm not trying to disrespect you at all. But I just want to say I haven't been here in a while. I'm going to start coming back and talking about the issues prevalent to the people at the bottom half of the income scale. We need training and jobs, not just things for tourists, rooftop restaurants and all this other stuff that's going on. It doesn't work for me. That's not moving Paterson forward. That's a political agenda that is gaslighting the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Motion to close public portion, Madam Clerk. It was moved by Councilman
President. Council
Velez.
President. The
Councilman
BA asked to speak well before the public. The public had many, many concerns. Before we close the public portion and everybody goes on and people start leaving, you should allow the BA an opportunity to answer to all the questions.
She will speak. She will speak.
always does.
We're going to close the public portion, and at the end, Madam BA is the one that is going to give the report. She have a lot of information to give us. There was a motion on the floor by Councilman Velez and second by Councilman Davila. Motion to close public portion. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close public portion.
Roll call to close the public portion of the Municipal Council regular meeting of Tuesday, June 11, 2024. Councilwoman Cotton.
Pass.
Councilwoman Davila.
So once again, before I vote, thank you to every speaker that came here today, and specific to, the festivities that are gonna go on this weekend, as well as during the week. I'm letting everyone know, I'm excusing myself that I will not partake in any of it since I will not be here in the state. I want, and I know that I asked Mr. Addison, pertaining to the application and what went on, and I still haven't really kind of understood, who is the person who lost the application. But if I just may, I will say that the situations with the New Jersey Peruvians application, they as well started in January. And it was at the end of April, actually May, is when, it came before us. And so there was a lot of back and forth. But with that said, I'm available always, to discuss or assist anyone that needs any assistance pertaining to for the process, right? What's the process? Applications. As I chair the Public Safety Committee along with Councilwoman Cotton, Council President, Councilwoman Mims, we are actually working on some stuff. You said it best. I mean, it's 2024. A lot of this stuff need not be on paper. Everything needs to be computerized. And that, just so you know, is something that we've been working on, Councilwoman Cotton and I, along with the Chief of Police and Fire, and a whole bunch of other in the administration as well. We definitely have to put this in one place. There should not be no running back and forth. It's an application that is going to be done digitally, and that all entities are going to be involved, and that they're all going to receive it without, the person who's putting in the application having to run back and forth. And again, this whole situation with loosened documentation. I'm happy that everything is cleared now, but I do understand that a lot of it also, trying to raise funds to try. So what I am stating in terms is that we were able to approve, so that way this activity can go on this weekend. That's what I'm talking about. But with that said, thank you to all. God bless you all. All right, and I'm gonna sign off as I have to leave. So good night to everyone. My vote is yes to close.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. First, let me answer to Abdul, who has since departed, and in telling me to calm down. I am calm. If many people don't like my delivery, that's fine, but calm is not a question. Now, I will say this, and we're all capable of making a mistake. I have made a mistake in the past, many mistakes. I'll be the first one to say I apologize. In fact, Council President, showed me some grace when I made a derogatory comment about Juan Pablo Duarte, and But that was truly a mistake. Let's not differentiate the word nigger, and especially in this context of the way it's utilized. Now, I'm not saying that there's not a need to accept the mistake, but there's a much difference between lashing out in anger and utilizing a word that has been utilized for many, many years to demoralize the group of people who made it possible for every other group of people to be here. Because it happens so easily. Oh, I want to give you a hug. Yes, because you was put on notice. But if it wasn't, where would the sentiment have been? I'm not going to delve too far into that. But I do know that the backlash of the tongue that we receive too often is just passed around way too freely, where people just believe they could just say, oh, I'm sorry for doing that. And that's not acceptable in many cases, but, you know, I'll digress. Now, to those members of the public that's still here, there's so many things that happens here, that's inappropriate, that this council plays full role in. I'll give you just a few examples. The sale of Libby's. We got cited by the state of New Jersey saying that the sale of Libby's was done inappropriately, that property was deemed as historic within the footprint of the Great Falls National Park, and was not capable of being sold in the manner in which it was. But if you look at it, the deal was cut long before. They tried to maneuver it. Let's get it to, you know, one of our people. And then on top of that, the insult was, we're going to knock it down and put some apartments upstairs. They want to fill this city with apartments everywhere. There's no concern about the parking, the lack of parking, the conditions of the schools, the poor education. I just saw a post the other day of all the top salaries at the school board, starting at $275,000. The absolute highest paid. Like, if I was getting paid just like dirty money that way, and I'm failing the people in which I'm serving, I promise you, I would resign. We're failing our students, and people are walking away with double-figure, six-figure salaries, and we keep going through this whole song and dance about how we're moving things forward. We ain't moving nowhere. We're a hamster on a damn hamster wheel, running in place to get you excited, put a little piece of cheese in front of you, you start running faster, while we stay exactly where we've been. In fact, it's gotten worse. This administration has gotten more money than any administration in the past. They've had the $140 million in tax credits to disperse, the first disbursement from COVID, and then the second. And if you look at it, the transitional aid that's been provided to this administration has been more generous than any other, even when we had a state senator sitting at the BA seat. They spending money like crazy for us to have what? We get no reports. And Carla T, you can trust and believe, I've been asking for the reports on Hinchcliffe Stadium, right? Even now, when I'm posting videos of the poor material that was utilized at the senior citizen home, where the windows are just falling out the building. Windows just falling out. Residents sending pictures like my window just fell out. But what they built it, and it's the same argument I made when we was voting on that contract, they built it at $350,000 to $450,000 per unit, in which I said was well over the market rate. Then, how about the illegal games that they're holding there, and they're parking their vehicles at the Vista site, which any entity that utilizes a space for parking has to have a license for parking. We have parking licenses. Even if let's say if you own the big lot next to your house, you get permission to pave it, and you pave more than a certain spots, I think it's like 6 spots, I don't know the exact number, you need a parking permit, a license from the city to be able to run a parking lot in the city. They park cars up there on dirt roads, on the dirt, and nobody's held accountable. They do what they want to do. You know, there's so many items, and I'm gonna close on this thing here because this is a travesty. Carla, as you spoke about the disenfranchisement of the black community, this was a blueprint that I had created, which I can send you a copy. You remember you were there, right? We went and met at a church to discuss what could happen with some of these funds. They have millions of dollars what they squandered, right? Because they want to give the money strictly to their friends that's doing business with them. Here's another example. I said the biggest mistake of this administration was allowing Center City not to build that project in the middle of the city. A 12,000 seat arena, an indoor arena, where you could host any kind of events. Adding additional parking with the proposal of having the Marriott Hotel placed on the top of the mall. All they requested was $30 million of the $140 million in tax credits. We're now trying to find out what we're going to do with the last of the tax credits before we lose them. They had earmarked it for the church that's over there on Broadway and on Main and Ward, for a community center, for the people in the circle. The parking garage deck that's now never going to get done. We tore it down, and not adequate parking in the city. These are the poor decisions that's being made without calculated plans. And I've asked for the plans, I've asked for the reports every step of the way. Every step of the way. It's very simple. Where's the expenditure reports? Where is it? When this administration came in, and I'll wrap right here. I'm not going to go on forever. I mean, when this administration came in, they talked about doing employee evaluations. Never happened. Never happened. Now, remember, I posted the paychecks on my page. We have employees in the BA's office that was making in excess of like $6,000 a pay period. $6,000 a pay period, close to $10,000 a pay period. I was asking for the reports for that. None of that was ever retracted. Yet here you have some of the lowest paid people who worked elections 20 plus hours, and they're being denied their pay. When the oversight of that position does not lie in the hands of the BA. But I'm going to tell you who does. One of the employees out of her office, out of the mayor's office, who she's responsible for the payroll, was out knocking on doors on election day, which was a Tuesday, which was an official city work day. He was getting paid by the municipality to run a campaign against me. Did they cut his pay? No. No. So, and then, I was thinking that I used to agree with Ms. Hannibal. Maybe it's racially charged, but it's not. It's not. Because you consistently see me advocate for people. It's just like certain people. I used to have a great deal of respect for the city attorney. I do not. I no longer have it. We have an officer, Jessica Amarante. She gave 27 years of her life to this city. She was in pursuit of a suspect, found him under a bridge. The suspect jumped on her. She was fighting for her life. He could have taken her weapon. 9 minutes before she could get to her radio to call for backup. She took an ass whooping out there that day. She suffered great injuries. Her spinal cavity was leaking spinal fluid. Her knee needed to be operated on, shoulder, the trauma that she went through. This attorney presented a piece of legislation to the council to wash her off without her receiving her pension. She was like a year and a half short of her pension. I was the only person to vote against that. The attorney came here and convinced this council through the recommendation of the Corporation Counsel's Office that this officer who gave 27 years of her life, who put her life on the line, who almost lost her life, was not, I don't even want to say eligible, because she was eligible, but that she was not deserving of having a pension. After she served all that time, now she's going to be expected to go out and get a part-time job just to be able to continue to pay her bills, while other people have gotten pensions for being derelict of duty. See, that's where this council has the ability to come forward and say, no, we are not accepting that. What did we do? We voted in the affirmative. That's the type of things we do here. Lastly, Mike Rodriguez, Billy Rodriguez's brother, 29, 30 years of the city, 30 years of the city, of dedicated work to the city. On the job, blew his Achilles tendon. They fought. He still to this day, that was over a year ago, still had 2 years ago, still has not had surgery. Has been sitting home, and now they stopped his paycheck. They stopped his paycheck. He can't even take care of his family. You know, I always used to use Mike as an example because he raised 3 children in the city, and he did it on a meager salary of less than $40,000, $35,000 a year. Put 2 kids through college, put his kids through private school. How does a person do that? I really don't have no idea. Working second jobs, doing everything in his means. His wife, you know, carrying the load right now. These are the people. And see, this is what I talk about, is the derelict of duty. They don't care about the people. Because if you did, it's very simple. They work, pay them. You've been here for 30 years. When the last administration was here, I had to fight for then. I seem to be the only person fighting. Maybe somebody else is. Councilman, please, relax. When Tisder had a heart attack on the job, fell out, and died on the job, I had to fight for him to be able to get onto the pension. And look at him with an attitude. When Officer Washington Griffin was forced into retirement, was fired because he was fighting a racial action that took place in the police department because an officer said, "I never take orders from a monkey." When those black officers got promoted for the dissent decree, when that same officer hung a black cat with a noose in the police, not the headquarters, but the dispatch room, and they forced Officer Washington, and I'm begging council members, he's one of the people that's rushing me off the microphone. These are actual instances, things that happen. These are facts. I'm not making this stuff up. If you can't fight for the public's best interests, and your best interest, your only interest is just to hurry up and wrap it up, please wrap it up, then what are you here for? You're in the wrong profession. You're in the wrong area. But see, people are here to serve themselves. They're here to serve themselves. They do certain things to ingratiate themselves so they can continue to move on to another plateau while the community suffers. But anyway, I digress. I'm here to inform the public. I'm not here for their entertainment. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Lie to the public.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Kalik.
Continue, Madam Clerk. We close the public portion, Madam Clerk.
Say with the liars.
We continue.
Councilman Kalik.
Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
I almost fell asleep. Because I've been hearing the same thing over and over for years. Okay? And city employees, since we're on this subject, city employees who retired or who took their leave, they agreed upon it with the administration.
Yes, they
They have their own attorneys. City has their own attorneys. They sign to the agreement. Then it comes in front of the council for us to agree on the contracts. So why am I concerned about it? the person who should be concerned about it, he signed it, agreed to a termination or retirement or whatever the case is, with their lawyer, with their attorneys, with city attorneys. So this is, I believe, is nothing but just to have a sound bite. So definitely, Councilman, I have the microphone.
We're closing the public portion, council member.
And I think I have
Council members, please. Councilman Khalid have the floor.
Yeah,
Please
and
continue,
I have the, if the employee doesn't agree to it, it does not matter the council vote on it or not. That's my statement. And we are here to serve the community. We're not here to, and also besides that, those city employees, they have their union as well. The union will be fighting for them as well, from the police department to DPW, they have the union as well. So if they're underpaid or overpaid, they must have been agreed to get their payment and they are okay with it. As a council member, I don't have the authority to give somebody a raise of 10,000, 15,000. They have their union. Union had to negotiate with the administration to get the contract done. That's the fact. Anyway, a lot of residents came here, gave their concern. Hopefully the administration, Madam BA is here. You have listened to them, have their concern, answer to their concern as well. My vote is yes to close the public portion, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Khalid. Councilwoman Mims.
So first, let me do what I do every week. I want to say thank you to the public that comes to the meeting and views us every single week. Take the time out from your family, your loved ones, and you come down. Even when you don't even have anything to address, you're here to support, and it's greatly appreciated. Or to have your concerns addressed, it's appreciated. Eva, you stole the show tonight. I love you too, because we are queens, and we deserve to be respected, and men are kings. But tonight you stole the show. Yes, so there were many things that were stated, and before I go into some of them, Madam BA, Mr. Addison talked about the process and what he encountered with the Juneteenth Festival application. Could you look into what happened, where was the fallout, and give a full review to all council members? I would like to see, he said he started this process in January. I would like to see a full detailed outline based on his experience and what happened through the licensing department. And I thank you, Mr. Addison, because you made it clear that it wasn't the council's fault. You made that very, very clear, but I did hear people still want to blame the council. This process goes through licensing, but I want to find out what happened, where was the fallout, what are the details. So Madam BA, if you can look into that and provide the full detail as to what happened, so that we can, if there's something we need to outline and do a cheat sheet for any other person that's going to apply for these type of bazaars or festivals, that we can give it to the public. I want to talk about the commentary that was made on tonight. And I love when people quote me, because whatever I say, I can say it again. I'm never going to backpedal. But what I am going to say, last week, we came into the meeting, we were on time, and a council member came in late. The agenda was done, and went on to bash all council members, stating that I bet no other council person talked about the young kid that was hit by a car. And to say that when you were not here, you didn't know what happened, you came in late, and people say, well, why do you have to respond? We have to respond because when the public put it out, they only tagged myself, Councilwoman Cotton, and Councilman Jackson. They didn't tag any other council people. But when I was tagged, I immediately reached out to the mother. I've been in constant communication with the mother, so for someone to come to the mic and call me a liar, it's been 15 days, you have no clue what I've done for this family. And just because you don't see it doesn't mean it wasn't done. Everything is not publicized. And to call people the thing that really bothers me is at the end you said, but I love you. You can't love someone and spew hate at the same time. You have my personal cell number, you know where I live and everything. The fact that you chose to drove hours to come to the council meeting to call me a liar and say for 15 days you did nothing for this family. I speak to the mom all the time. I don't even need to talk about the stuff that I do. I didn't need to talk about it that night because what I said is we have to pray. It's about her son. It's about this mother and the family that's enduring where their child is going through surgery on top of surgery. And that's what I said to the public. For me to talk about and to talk about my children, I could do whatever I want when I'm on the mic. Because you don't know how many people are watching that are going through the same process. I sympathize with this mom. I call the mom. I pray with her. So I'm not sure where information is you're getting. I don't know where the misinterpret or miscommunication is coming from, but obviously I must be a threat to somebody that you feel the need to come to the microphone to disrespect me and call me a liar and then to talk about my sorority. I'm a part of many organizations, but out of all the organizations I'm a part of, you chose to talk about me being in the sorority. We have to do better. On one breath, we talk about unity. We gotta come together. As an African-American community, we not getting it together. And then you take time out of your schedule to come to the mic and call me a liar. And then you said that I called Councilman Jackson an ass. That is not true. I was preaching a breakfast on Saturday. I was reading the scripture in 2 Kings chapter 7, verse 3 through 7. And that word was in the scripture. I did not call him an ass. That is not true. And if you want to go watch it, people have taped it, it's on live. So stop coming to the council meetings with false information, alternative facts, and being disrespectful. I talked about it last week, so I guess I talked about the men, so then women were sent to attack me. So I guess I'm gonna just say it in general. Stop disrespecting people and stop giving out information that's not true. And here's my point. Half of the stuff people do at that mic, they would never do it to our face. They would never say that in our face. They see us every day. They have our phone number. If they don't have, they can inbox us. They would never do it. And then it was stated that I threatened someone and his wife is terrified to come. I didn't threaten. I said, you have to stop coming to the meetings disrespecting us. We don't mind criticism. I don't mind that you come and you criticize and this is not done or that, because half of the time when you're talking, it has nothing to do with the council anyway. So I don't mind to give you the clarity or educate you on the process on where it really needs to go, whether it's administration or inspectors or wherever it needs to go. I don't mind doing that. But you cannot come to the microphone and call people out of their names and think it's acceptable. And think, oh, is in the name of freedom of speech, we can do whatever we want. No, it's not allowed. It's just unacceptable. You want respect, you have to give respect. I didn't threaten anyone. What I said was, while you're up here disrespecting and calling people out of their names, I'm gonna start having people sit here in the meetings to make sure we get out of here safe. When we leave this building, it's pitch black outside. We're walking to our cars, there's only 2 officers, and we appreciate the officers, but the 2 officers can't protect all of us at the same time. And that's what I said. When you're at the mic, you're saying your stuff, you leave. The people that were talking, they're gone. We're still sitting here. So we have to leave out of this building. We don't know if somebody's lurking for us behind the building. We don't know if they're waiting for us in our driveway based on something that was said at the microphone or something that was miscommunicated for whatever your reasons are. Everybody knows Councilwoman Mims is the real deal. Everybody know it. So when you come to the mic and say what you say, my phone blew up immediately. What is that about? Where's that coming from? Because I choose to address when someone chooses to disrespect or bully as a whole, that no one's doing their job. I'm the only one that does my job. I'm the only one. It is not true. We have to address it. We have to defend our name. That's all we have. And I'm never gonna sit here and allow someone to take a jab and say something, especially if it's not true, and I'm connected to it. In closing, there's a lot of stuff that's going on in our community, and I wish sometimes that when you come to the mic, you would talk about those things instead of coming to the mic to bash council members. Come to the mic and talk about the shootings that are happening. Talk about the incidents that's going on in our schools and all. It's so much to talk about outside of coming to bash city council members. And I'm not saying don't criticize, because you can do that, but why don't you pick up the phone and call? And I'm giving you the rights. Here's my number, 973-902-1957. I am open and free. My secretaries know we've had situations. My secretaries have called me. We've done a three-way. They stayed on the line. We dealt and handle issues. I'm at large. I represent the entire city. I don't run away from problems. I solve them. That's why I choose to work with my colleagues and the administration. And no matter if you don't like someone, you have to work across the aisles. This council approved a ceasefire resolution for the war in Gaza. We did that. But my question is, and I can't tell people how to vote, but I don't want Trump to be my president. So you can question why I'm with Biden all you want, but I'm putting it on the record. I don't want Trump to be my president. Now, if you want him to be your president, you vote the way you vote. I am not supporting Trump. 1,000% I support Biden. And it has nothing to do with what's happening in Gaza and all that, and my heart goes out to that. And those are policies. And if that's the case, then there's a whole bunch of people that vote on a lot of that stuff that you have to go all the way down the line for all those people as well. And my heart goes out to all those families and loved ones that lost their lives. But we have to move forward. The primaries are over. The election will happen again in November. And we have to win. Because there's a lot at stake. If we don't come out and vote, because we talk a lot here, but my question is, all the people coming to the microphone, did you vote? Because only 12,000 people voted in the city. So my question is, and I'm waiting, as soon as they certify, I'm gonna pull the numbers. And when I see people come to the mic, I'm gonna continue to say it. Because I can see the names of who voted, and I'm gonna start addressing it. Because if we have so much conversation and talk, you need to vote. And I'm gonna start calling those things out. Because when you don't vote, you don't have a voice. Come to the council meetings, come with facts. If you need to talk to me, please do. I'm open to it. I travel alone. God is with me all the time. But I'm by myself. I don't need a posse. I'm from the 4th Ward. I'm going to remind you. I'm from the 4th Ward. When you approach me correctly. I'm just going to tell you that. Approach me correctly because you didn't do that to nobody else. Approach me correctly. That's all I'm saying. Because I respect everybody, but I'm never going to allow you to come in, hit me, or anything. That is never going to happen. But please don't come and call me a liar, questioning what I've done. I do things for people all the time. And it's not for me to put on public display. It's nobody's business but the family. It's nobody's business but the people that are impacted. And that's who we have to have conversations with, not to prove it here at this platform, not to waste time. The agenda has been done on the council. We finished the agenda. We finished it early last week. And I know sometime, and thank you for giving me some of your time, Councilman Khalid, but I had to address the fact that I was called a liar and a hypocrite tonight. That is false. I'm not a liar. Go back and listen to the tape. I only addressed it because it was stated. I bet you no other council member said it. Nobody talked about it. Some things don't need to be talked about. They need to be prayed about. We need to pray for that young man. He's still suffering, got another surgery tomorrow, and we don't know what's going to happen. So if you have an issue with me saying that, you got an issue with yourself. And I'm going to say what I said last week. There needs to be a flushing and a cleansing. Because anytime you're harboring that toxicity and all of those bitter weeds within you, that is a sign that there needs to be a flushing. Take the time out to understand and know that we're living in the last days, and we have to be able to love while we can, because when we can't love any longer. Madam Clerk, thank you for all you do. And also, I'm going to wait just a few minutes because I want to hear about these 16 employees, because in the past, they've always gotten paid. So I want to gain an understanding why there's a change in process for these employees that did not get paid for the election. They've always gotten paid. Under Mayor Jane Williams, there was never an issue. So I'm trying to understand why these 16 workers are still without pay. Approximately $8,200 worth of pay for these 16 individuals who worked. And anybody knows the election, you're here from 5 in the morning, and sometimes they don't leave till 10, 11 at night, all day long. Sometimes they don't eat or anything, working for this city and helping Madam Clerk in her office. Those employees deserve to get paid like they've always gotten paid, and I just want to gain an understanding as to what has happened that they have not received that pay. To our officers, Madam BA, Corporation Counsel, I got to defend you tonight. You did not, Corporation Counsel, you didn't say this is what we pay. The lawyer negotiated the settlement, and that's how it happened. I want to bring clarity. Corporation Counsel doesn't say, okay, you sued, this is what you get paid, and you take it or leave it. The person had a lawyer. The lawyer, our lawyer was present. We had the documents in front of us that showed on the individual side, her lawyer with her signature and our lawyer with their signature. So if we would have voted no, right? We did the wise thing, we voted yes. If we would have voted no, she would not have received her check. So based on the paperwork, which we get, it shows that she agreed to the settlement. The wise thing for the council members to do is what? Agree with her. Now, if she wants to go back and counter it, if she's able to do that, she can do that. But based on what we have before us, she agreed to it, we voted yes. That's the right thing to do. With that being stated, council colleagues, I'm going right off into the sunset. I'm going to bust the move. Please read 2 Kings chapter 7, verse 3 through 7, so you could read that the word asses was in the scripture. I didn't call Councilman Jackson an ass. Don't even believe that. Go watch the tape. Anybody was there, they'll tell you that is not true. But you know what? There's people that's trying to pit people against each other. That's the only reason why that could have been said. Councilwoman Cotton was there. She know I didn't call Councilman Jackson an ass. She was sitting right there. It was but I would never do that. That's not my character to do that. It's not my character to do that. So to say that I did it is absolutely incorrect. I'm a lady. Classy women never do that. I'm a queen. Queen. I would never do that. So to say I called him an ass is totally, totally false, and it never happened. My next move is going to be my best move. It's time to bust a move. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udine.
All right, good evening, Paterson. Happy Tuesday. Those who are watching us live on YouTube, channel 5075. And those who were here and those who are still here, thank you for coming here, joining the council meetings and making your voice heard. It means a lot to us to serve you better ways. So first of all, I'd like to thank our council president. That last meeting, I requested the misconduct between Lisbeth Rodriguez and our city employee, Mr. Kerr, that happened. I requested him that before this council meeting, that should be a solution should come. And Lisbeth Rodriguez showed up here. She apologized. It means a lot, actually, to me. It's not really she apologized secretly. She came here in the council meeting. She spoke. She gave her written apologies. She set an example, I would say. As a human, we can make mistakes, but at the same time, we have to have the mentality to correct ourselves. We have to have mentality to apologize if we have done anything wrong. And I commend her, and that should be an example that if we ever do certain things, and if we understand that mistake was done by any of us, we should correct ourselves. So, Council President, thank you so very much. Elizabeth, thank you. Again, Mr. Kerr, thank you for standing as a man, came here, made your voice heard, and also hugged the sister as a sister, and showed the example that we are one community, one Paterson. As we have seen, one of the father who lost his daughter in gun violence. I'm speaking about Michael Taylor. And this gun violence impacting all the neighborhoods in all communities. Until we apprehended those criminals, we control this gun violence taking place, it's going to persist. As an example, last night around 11:30, a very well-known Bengali community activist, I would say, named Tajuddin, many of us know him, he was attacked by the robbers, and he had to experience gun violence last night around 11:30 on his small business on Wayne Avenue. And that's an example. It's not just one example. The examples that every day taking place in different corner of the city of Paterson. So
He was shot?
he was shot.
He was shot?
He was shot. Yeah, but luckily he nothing happened. He just went through the back of his head. So this is what happening in every single corner of the city of Paterson, and we need to heard a father's words. As a father, he knows what he is going through every single moment. Losing a daughter is not easy time he's going through. And if we put ourselves in his shoes, we should know how seriously we should have taken this matter, and we all need to pray, but also act upon it. I also like to bring another topic to the attention, that when Abed Tabe, one of the council candidate from the 6th Ward, he came here and he said that in the last Palestine flag raising, that was last Friday, that we urged people to vote for Joe Biden. I was there from the beginning until the end. That was not a part of the conversation. We proudly said that we were able to, Paterson was able to send a delegate to the Washington, D.C. that is going to be voice for ceasefire. That was one of the topics that we spoke loudly and proudly. We are I believe, if I'm not wrong, we are the second city in the state of New Jersey we passed the ceasefire resolution. And I feel always honored that I was part of it. I drafted the resolution, and Councilman Al-Aziz and Councilman Velez became the part of it initially. Then all the council members voluntarily became the sponsor of that resolution. That was our first resolution for the ceasefire, demanding ceasefire. We passed another resolution demanding to our Congressman Bill Pascrell that he should support permanent ceasefire. I have no idea where this idea came from. Besides, I'd like to address another thing, that right before the election, when I'm talking about myself, I endorsed the ticket, not everyone on the Democrat ticket, but I would say our county commissions, those who are supported by Democrats, the sheriff candidate, Tommy Adamo. When we supported it, some of the community members were spreading the message that we are supporting the people who do not support the ceasefire. Then who are supporting ceasefire then? Tell me who are the people that supported ceasefire, but we really stood against them. There's no certain case. It's just the rumors you are spreading around. We really stand strongly with the Palestinian community living here in the city of Paterson, or those who are going through this hardship in Palestine, Gaza. We stand strongly with them. We feel bad for them. And this is what we demand ceasefire. But at the same time, we cannot really, I am as a Democrat, real Democrat, I cannot say that I want Trump to be, as Councilman said, to be our president. And if you really say that, do you think Donald Trump is going to support ceasefire? If this is the case, then come up with your statement. I want to hear from you that Donald Trump is going to support ceasefire. He's not. He's not. He's total anti-immigrants. He doesn't want anybody to come from overseas here. He doesn't want that. He wants to build a wall. And if we support that, this is what we have to expect in this term. So I don't really want to bring that politics here, but please do not send rumor out there that is really discourage us to do better things. I'm speaking about when we, and Corporation Council, you are the witness. When you spoke about ceasefire resolution, not many people at this time speaking about ceasefire, because everyone was scared to speak about ceasefire at this point. Right? That was the case. And now we really speak about ceasefire because everyone is pretty much on the side now. But the time we spoke about ceasefire, not many people are, strong enough to speak about ceasefire, support ceasefire at this point. So this is what we are speaking about. So I like to clarify to the community, not only Palestinian community, I say Muslim community, because the numbers, the uncommitted demanding ceasefire vote numbers showed that this fight is not a Palestinian fight. This fight is humanitarian fight, and this number shows and reflect that. So my brother Abed, I respect you. You came here, you brought your son. It means a lot to me. But again, please do not send the message out there that is not correct. I one more time would like to. We heard from the public. And also some of, or maybe some of the council members also mentioned about the situation that some of the election workers are going through. Now, I would request to Council President that I love to hear from Madam Clerk. I love to hear from Madam BA as well, here publicly, because we want to clarify the situation. We don't want people that worked for the election and waiting for their payment. Why are we giving them the punishment? Is it their fault to work for the campaign, for the election? Not really. If we have to clarify something, let's clarify it. And I'd love to hear from Madam Clerk to make sure that what she's going through is the really correct information, or what Madam BA thinks that was incorrect about it. So I'd like to hear from directly from both individuals. Those are key people for our city of Paterson. Before I close, Paterson, just know this. I try to stay connected with people. I find ways to be connected with you. Not just as a council person. I want to be part of you. I want to be part of this problem, this solution. That's how I see myself. Every Sunday, I go to different section of Paterson. Especially Dunkin' Donuts, I make 1 hour free coffee for you. Come here, talk to me, because I love to hear that what's the experience you are going through. You want me to, address or work toward. So please join me every Sunday. I post flyers on my Facebook, Instagram, to make sure that you come join me. And those many people come and join me. I love that. It's a different type of conversation. It's very, informal, friendly, and it's the way that I can really know that what you are going through and what I can do as of your council member. So I really thank you, City of Paterson, for electing me, making you sit here. But at the same time, I respect that you come in here, you make your voice heard. That's helping us, helping me to serve you in better way. And also the mistakes that we are doing, we definitely, as a human, we can do mistake. But it's the way we need to correct ourselves and serve you better. Paterson will move forward when the resident of the city of Paterson, the government of the city, will work toward the positive direction for the city of Paterson. And with that intention, I'd like to close the public portion. But again, Council President, please do not forget to bring the Madam Clerk and Madam BA to bring the topic in public, and let's come up with a solution tonight. We don't have to wait for another council meeting to bring the solution. With that being said, I salute you, Council President, for bringing Liz here, bringing Mr. Kerr here. You set an example. I really salute you for this. My vote is yes to close the public portion.
Thank you, Councilman Udin. Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I don't want to keep the audience here too long, but I just want to say that the UN Security Council adopted a United States resolution calling for immediate full and complete ceasefire by 3 phases, and hopefully that will help bring relief and peace to the Middle East or Gaza, Palestine people, my people, because they live in Paterson too. So I was making some notes here. Our prayer goes to the young man Joshua. I learned about this accident last week, and our prayer goes to them. I know what the family's going through. Let's pray for him, for the doctors that are conducting the surgeries, and pray. I think of a God of miracles, you know, and if he's still alive, it's because God has a purpose, not only with him, with his family, and with Paterson, because this brings us together in one moment or other. But I just want to also say, before the state took over the police department, my colleague could attest this, we used to receive texts, massive texts about situation that was going on in the city. If it was a shooting, if it was a murder, if it was an accident, if it's somebody flew and did a robbery, they went left and right, we used to get those texts, max texts. Somehow, the state is here, now it disconnect from the body of the governing body and law enforcement. I know, and I still had the relation with law enforcement, I don't have no problem with that, but when we used to get those texts, we used to alert our community, we used to go even to the family house, and we used to get more involved with the situation out there. We are the executive body of the city of Paterson. We're supposed to not be doing appointments or sending emails to make sure that our city is run properly in the police aspect of it, right? We are the executive body of it, and you know, things have to get better for the remaining month that this OIC have in the city of Paterson. You know, Madam BA, I recall way back, there was a church that was ordered to be demolished because it was constructed in a zone that was no church allowed. It was a residential. The individual put the plans, it was denied, he got fined, and the church had to get demolished. Why I say this? That was a church. What I say this young lady that comes here today with all these pictures denouncing a neighbor that has been conducting a business on a residential one-family house zone, all right, R1 zone, make numerous report, make numerous complaint, PD shows up, the guy thinks he's above the law, and do whatever he wants. I'm aware that zoning went there, and they mocked them. They ruined the block. And this is not coming from now. I remember like 3 or 4 months that this lady been coming here. She been texting me with the pictures and a late night about the situation. I drove through there myself because, you know, I'm on the 5th Ward Councilman, but I'm all over with the respect of my colleagues. I drove there. I saw commercial vehicles taking residential parking, Madam BA, taking residential parking and doing whatever they want at a certain time of the night. So I'm not saying that, right? I just want to put it on the record that something had to be done. And as my understanding, there's also a garage that was turned into a residential property. In other words, office in the top or whatever in the bottom, and he's putting all over this in that residential area. So I instructed or advised Madam Raleigh, Deputy Clerk, to transfer all that evidence to you to follow up with inspectors and follow up with zoning. What was the action taken to make sure that this lady received the piece that she deserved as a taxpayer in the area? So, you know, something had to be done. And once again, if a church was demolished, you know, that really bring peace to the neighborhood, I think this place had to be in compliance by the zoning statute that we have in the city of Paterson. People are talking about the garbage that was in front of this building, 77 Ellison Street. Those that saw the garbage today is not the same one last week. Unfortunately, today is Tuesday. The garbage is out because tomorrow is garbage collection in downtown. So you're going to see the garbage out there. So tomorrow, the garbage will be collected in the downtown area. Now, if you see it Thursday, then give us a call. Give a call to BA. You know, probably they miss a box or miss a garbage, you know. Things could get corrected, right, Madam BA? Things could get corrected. But communication is the key. I just want to put that on the floor. There was a young lady here that came, spoke real good about how she could get more information. And she spoke about me when she was in Pennington Street. She knows me because I'm accessible. And she praised Councilman Jackson based on what he seen on TV or whatever. But one thing that she said, how we could learn more, how we could get more involved. First of all, get involved with the people that really want to be positive change in the city. That's the first thing. The second, there's a citizen campaign website that you could learn about process, about councilmen or government functions. You could get there. And the best experience you could get is getting involved with people in the community that want to see proactive change and the famous word, moving the city forward. I love that word, forward, forward, and forward. To the teen application, Madam BA, if an application is submitted January, physical application and insurance is already in place, all the fees are paid, you know, it should not take a month to approve by this council. Don't leave it in the oven because it could probably, it could burn, right? As soon as you get those applications and they are processed with the right paperwork and the right documentation, bring it up here, draft the resolution, let's do it less than a month. Don't wait, oh, the application is for July. Oh, let's wait until a month before July because every organization needs to promote. They need to hire rides, they need to hire security, they need to hire vendors, you know, they need to promote on social media and sponsors. Sponsor will not sponsor an event unless they see that it's approved by the city, right? Goya, any cookies company, whatever, that want to promote an event will not participate unless they see that the organization goes there, we already approved to do this event. So they will lose sponsorship. They will lose people that want to come in the parade. They will lose people that will come in the event. So I don't think if there's any questionable application, should not go less than a month to finance, and finance will bring it to us here to get approved, just to accelerate, right? And some people take their time to put the application and vet it the right way early because they don't want to do nothing to the end because they know that everything has a process. That's why they come early. And Madam Clerk and the license department have to understand, they know that they have to put it early before even moving forward to us here. But it should not take a month. If everything is written right and everything has been with the supported document, should be up here for approval by the council. That should go to any parade or festival out there that comes to the city of Paterson. Council President, I just gonna do a request to Madam BA, through the chair to Madam BA. We hire legislative assistant or commissioners, right? Aide, what they call it, right? Say legislative aide. I don't know. You haven't seen my aide coming here and batching no council members. You don't see no aide coming here batching the administration. You don't see my aide coming here and question no one because they know when I hire them to be my assistant is to make my office be proud. There had to be a policy in place, a duty assignment or spreadsheet or whatever that they could read and say what is their functions as an aide. Because if people that want to be aide in the future, they're going to come here and treat us like we was garbage, that's not well represented to us at all. At all. That's something that I observe, that they want to be legislative aide for any councilman, they could be so. But there have to be a set rule, and you know, if a person comes here and say, I'm a resident Paterson, I come here as a resident Paterson, but have to be mindful that that person is also a legislator aide for any council member here. I will not allow any of my aides come here, use that microphone, and bash anyone here, no matter if I get along, no matter if they hate me, no matter if they don't like me, that I look tall, beautiful, whatever. Huh? And handsome, just in case. But I would not allow them to come here and do that. Last but not least, last Thursday, sorry, because we had meeting on Tuesday. Last Thursday, I want to say thank you to all the Paterson residents that raised a prayer for that 10-month baby that was taken to North Carolina. We received a call Friday that the father was arrested with multiple charges, okay? And I had the pleasure and honor to travel with the mother, retrieve the girl. The little baby is in Paterson, where she belongs, and the mother's happy. And on behalf of the mother and the family, she said, thank you for all your prayers. And we have to do this again, we will do it again. But please don't take no babies that belong to Paterson, born and raised, brand Paterson, stamp it Paterson, nowhere without permission. They belong to us. Saying that, God bless you. Let's all pray for all of us, that God give us wisdom, the strength to move this city forward. Yep. Madam Clerk, thank you for all your work. And hopefully tonight, Madam BA, you get a chance to clarify some great clouds regarding this 18 or 19 or 16 employees.
How long
Let's
you
say
talk?
18.
I got my timer.
For the viewer out there could get the facts the right way. Madam Clerk, thank you. Ms. Riley, thank you too. My vote is yes to close the public portion.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say a lot of things been said tonight. You know, I just want to say too, don't forget about the festival, the parade that we're having on the 15th, which starts at 10 o'clock at the Masonic. But please come at 9 o'clock down to the Underground Railroad, where we do a little ceremony before we start marching up Madison Avenue, and to the festival that would be at Eastside Park. I just want to say to you, Rodney Addison, everyone spoke about it, what happened, what took you so long. But I want to say to the community, to put a festival together, you have to have financing. To put a festival together, you need donation. To put a festival together, Rodney Addison and Carla T don't have money, the $20,000 or $30,000 to try to put a festival together. So I want to say to the community, we need to start donating, investing of what we know that is good for our community, that will help all of us come together that day. And I just want to say to you, Rodney, I spoke with you earlier today. I am proud to say that I invested in that Juneteenth celebration that we're going to have on Saturday. I am proud to say that because I know my husband has invested in so many things. So I'm happy that we're getting it going, but we're going to find out what happened. Sooner or later, we got to find out. Also, I want to say to Eva, thank you for dressing as a queen, and we are all queens sitting up here. And, you know, I just want to say again that it was said about Councilwoman Mims threatened him, Eddie. She did not threaten him. Let me tell you something. Back in 1980s, when Eddie had sat here with Councilwoman Merle Jackson and Councilwoman Maria Magna, he had to defend those ladies because they didn't want them. And you know, you can only imagine what they were sitting with. They didn't think women could sit here. They couldn't think women could be council people. So he would protect them. He wouldn't let nobody come after them. And I sat here in City Hall, City Council, when he sat there, and what some of the stuff that was said to him is just unbelievable. But he still hung in there, and it's about helping and taking care of the people. It's about helping. He made sure. But I know that Councilwoman Mims did not threaten. She said we would bring men here. We would bring men here that would look after, say not just us women, but all of us. You know, we don't want to, you know, you go out here at night and you have somebody watching TV and they see that so-and-so don't like Ruby, then they be waiting outside for me. Because they don't know, they think I'm a bad person. And I'm not a bad person. And I'm a good councilwoman. I listen to everyone. I take the phone calls. We understand, you know, I think this pandemic has taken us to another level that I'm not sure how we are going to get past some of the stuff that's happening. And I say, Ms. Francis, and I said it all along, we need weekend inspectors. Do you know on Sunday, there's not a Sunday that do not go past where I don't have to go to somebody's building something, banging at 7 o'clock in the morning, and you working on your house, and the city has an ordinance that you cannot work on your house on Sundays. When you're building something, you cannot work on it. So I say to people, don't let things continue to keep happening and not say something. And I would say, call me or call. I had to call the police officer every time I went to a site. No, you can't be working on Sunday. Who gave you that permission? But they think that because no one's saying nothing. And we do need those weekend inspectors, Ms. Francis, you know, but what I find, and I heard a councilman said today, just not too long ago, sometimes it's the union that doesn't allow them to be working on the weekends. I think that when we hire people, I say, can we, okay, your hours are gonna be blah, 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 and this is what your hours is gonna be. Now, if you're gonna accept that, fine. If you're not gonna accept it, then, you know, then you do not accept it. Now, Ms. Francis, I don't know nothing about no sewer bill coming back. Is that something new? I have no idea about a sewer bill coming back. I just want to say also to, I was at the breakfast and I did not hear Councilwoman. She did not call him an ass. This was a breakfast that they have every year for the Heritage Parade. They have this breakfast every year the Saturday before. You know, I always say that it's about us working together. There's so many things that we can get done. And you know, everybody, you don't have to tell everybody what you do. You ain't gotta tell everybody who you're helping. Why everybody need to know, you know, and I say to our young kids now, you know, you need to look at life and I think about the kids that started high school in 2020. It's 4 years later. We're gonna be surprised how many of those kids that started in 2020, how many is coming out in 2024. Those kids that went into 9th grade didn't even go to school for a whole year because they had to learn from home. They had to learn from home. Then they go into school the second year, they're sophomore, and I think you're gonna see our graduation rate down. Now you have to try to make these children understand about different roles and look at what career that you can make money on, what career that you can make a decent living. One of the major ones out there right now is engineer and cyberspace. IT, computers, they're looking for them constantly. They're constantly looking for them. So we have to say, you look for that, and I always say to parents all the time, when you send your kids to college, sometimes look at the state. Because when my daughter went to South Carolina State in Orangeburg, they had no bus service, they had no cabs. But the reason why she went to South Carolina State was because tuition is go by capital income for that state. And so when you look at colleges, look at the states. If they got a high capital income, you're gonna have high college tuition. So you have to look at all things. But I say for us, you know, to say that we're not working together, we are working together. I would talk to everyone all the time. And you know, and we talked about, Ms. Morris brought up Najee C. Brooks and Jamil Lowry. And I know Corporation Council, I'm gonna say it, you be trying to get meetings with the legal committee to try to explain to us. I mean, we may not be able to say it to you out there, but to say what's happening with that case, at least some of us as council members know what's going on. And you know, sometimes there's certain things you can't say because you know what, our names will be in lawsuits all over the place. It is coming. Our name's gonna be in lawsuit coming. I can see it coming. But when we talked about, you know, I just want to finish up, but I appreciate you all for coming out, my church family ladies, everyone who came out. Haven't seen you in a while, Carla T. Seeing you, good to be here. You know, BA, Corporation Council, Madam Clerk, man, I mean, I be there at night with you. I see our Deputy Clerk. I'm there. I usually don't even leave until y'all leave. And then sometimes you guys leave me there. But we have to remember that it's about us working all together. There's so many things that we gotta get done, and we gotta figure out how to get done. But I just want to leave a last note on this lady that retired or was forced to retire. She got paid for 2 years.
3.
Oh, 3 years. It's like if somebody brings something in front of me and they agree to it, I have to go with it. If they agree to, you go with it. So I'm saying to the community, Rodney, I'm leaving this on a happy note because nobody's taking my joy, my blessings. Nobody's taking my praise from me. Nobody's taking nothing from me because I'm going to make sure that I want to share what I have with other people. I got to go to Trenton in the morning, and I want to find out more information on how I can help people. I found out some new things today, but let's not take away our joy and our blessings. That's what we have right now to hold on to. We got to hold on because the way, and like they talked about Councilwoman Mims, you want to see Trump there? I told the man in the grocery store, you want Donald Trump in there? I tell you one thing, you're not going to survive on no cash because your store depends on EBT. If you put Trump in there, you won't be seeing no EBT cards coming through here. Because people are spending in them stores with them EBT cards, $100 I see them shopping. So, but for community, we have a good weekend coming up planned. Let's enjoy our weekend. Let's go into the Eastside Park. Let's walk in the parade, and let's enjoy each other. That's what God put us here to. Let's see if you're going to get along, because you know what? I grew up on a farm. I know what it is not to have running water. I know what it is to go to an outhouse. I know what it is to pick cotton. I know what it is to put in tobacco. And you know what? I think because I worked that hard, it made me work now. But we got to work together. We got to stick together because they would do their best to divide the people. You got to stop letting people divide the people. Madam Clerk, with that being said, council members, have a good night. I hope to see everybody this weekend coming up. Madam BA, Corporation Counsel, my technology guy, my cop who loves coming here with us. Thank you. My Madam Clerk, my Deputy Clerk. Audiences out there, let's have a good weekend coming up. With that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton.
Yeah,
Mr.
10 minutes.
President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I'll try to be very brief because I have Madam BA. I will open the floor right after my vote to Madam BA. Madam Clerk, you know, before we finish, because we finished with the city agenda, but there's Madam BA has some report for the community. But when I start the beginning of the public portion, I express my concern about people coming into the chamber and try to disrespect council member. And I'm gonna stay firm with what I'm saying. I say in the beginning that I'm here to support and protect my council colleague. And as a council president, I'm not gonna allow people to come here, bash and calling council members' name, because that's not gonna take us anywhere. I'm in full support and behind Councilman Mims about her action and what she did at the last meeting. It was the right thing to do. And Councilwoman Cotton and all my council colleagues. As a council president, I'm a facilitator. I work with all my council colleagues to make sure that we get the job done. Our number one goal and responsibility is this, what we have. We have an agenda every week that we have to go over this agenda. We have to discuss city business. In this agenda, we have River Street. We're expecting to go out and spend over $9 million to fix River Street, the worst street in the state of New Jersey, I would say. But people are waiting for that. Those are the decisions that we're taking in this council. And I take a lot, for me, this is extremely important. This job is serious to me. The Juneteenth reached out to me last week because the vendor, the bazaar license, was not in. I don't know exactly what happened. I know you guys went through a lot based on what I hear today, but I received a phone call on Tuesday, Monday night, Tuesday. It was on the agenda. We already voted. You got the bazaar license. You got everything from this council, and that's our job. That's what I'm here for, to serve the community and make sure that if you have a problem, if there's an item that needs to be on the agenda, I'm here to make it happen. And Saturday, I'm inviting all the residents of the great city of Paterson to enjoy this great parade. Juneteenth, let's talk about the history of slavery to our children. Let's enjoy Eastside Park, one of the best parks in the state of New Jersey. Totally renovated, beautiful. Let's enjoy what we have, Paterson. There's a lot of good things happening in the city of Paterson. And I decide, and I will stay on the positive side. When we have a problem, our responsibility as an elected official is to call the different part. Not waiting for a meeting to happen. Is to start working behind closed doors. Let's get the job done. By the time we come here, let's show the result that we have. Corporation Counsel, it's my understanding that that former police officer that was out for 3 years was notified about the meeting. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you, Council President. So just to correct the few misstatements that were made, first and foremost, that officer was notified, her attorney was notified, they chose not to appear. Second of all, what is being advocated is possibly illegal, in that in order for someone to qualify for the sort of pension that is being advocated for, they would have to sustained an injury in the line of duty. I think in this situation, it was clear from the police department that this was not a line of duty injury. And so this person would not qualify for the pension that's being advocated for. And if the council had voted to pursue that path, it would probably be pursuing a path that's illegal, and the taxpayers would have to fund that pension that individual would otherwise not be entitled to. And so I think it's important to keep in mind that this is a legal matter, and there are many things that are said that legally I cannot respond to or I cannot refute publicly. That person has an attorney. We've been in contact with their attorney. We've been in contact with their attorney for some time. And for the law department to have aspersions cast upon it, despite the fact that almost every council member sat through an executive session and had ample opportunity to ask all the questions that they wanted to ask. Police department was here. They presented the facts to the council. Council had ample opportunity to investigate, ask questions at that time. But to cast aspersions on the law department is not only inappropriate, but the law department cannot respond. And therefore, more than what I've said, which is already in the public domain and been presented to council, I unfortunately cannot shed more light on this issue. And no matter what's said about the law department or this case going forward, there will be no further response from the law department on this matter. And to the extent that an individual feels that he or she was not treated fairly, I would respectfully submit that they have their retained attorney follow up with us, and we'll deal with them at that time. Thank you.
Thank you, Corporation Counsel. The reason why I involve Corporation Counsel on the closing of this section is because it's extremely important. Our responsibility is to protect the city of Paterson. And sometimes we open and we start making comment because this sounds popular. We sit down and do in an executive section, we have a discussion. That person was notified, and that person chose not to be on that meeting. My cell phone number is 973-930-1436. Everybody have my cell phone in the city of Paterson. If you do have a problem, trust me and believe that if you sit down with me, after I hear you, I'm gonna come back and sit down with everybody to get the facts straight and to see how I could help you and advocate for you. But this council make the right decision when we hear the lawyer and when they agree on. Just to close on that case, so I'm looking forward to see my community coming together this weekend. Brother Bilal Hakeem spoke about Heritage Place. Director Emma Goran. I've been having multiple conversations with you, Director, about the empty lot on Heritage Place. We've been having this conversation for over 6 months. You promised me that that job is gonna get done, that we're gonna clean the site and we're gonna protect the site. We're gonna fence it out. We have a lot of animals there. The community is very concerned, and I've been dealing with this for close to a year, but I'm working with the director of the Paterson Housing Authority. She's looking for a company that is gonna close the site. So I've been very patient. I'm working with the community as well, but to Brother Bilar, so just to let you know, Abdul, I'm sorry, to Brother Abdul, just letting you know, this is the information that I'm getting with from the director. So I'm still having conversation, and we're gonna get the job done. We definitely get it done. I think we covered most of the stuff that we covered. It was the lady that spoke about East 29 9th Avenue, the branch. So we're gonna. It's a private property, so I'm gonna be there tomorrow morning.
The inspectors has to go there.
Exactly. So the inspector have to get involved with that, but I will pass by tomorrow morning just to go over the situation. And like for example, with the auction of Lita Dye, the assessed value was over 300,000. The market value was over 300,000. The assessed value was close to 400 and change. Let's put 500. The person that bought Lita Dye paid over $800,000. Around $850,000. I think the city made the right decision. Now it's our job to make sure that they build a beautiful restaurant, a place that really accommodate the people that are coming into the city of Paterson to visit the Great Falls. I'm looking forward to see different venues open around the Great Falls. That's the way that we're gonna clean our city. So in closing, summer is around the corner, the end of the school year is here. Our kids, they need summer job. If you own a business in the city of Paterson and you have any position, please reach out to me. Once again, my cell phone is 973-930-1436. We have to help our children to get those summer jobs, to make sure that they stay occupied during summer camp, sport, and a little part-time job to make a little bit of money. So let's help our youth. I'm working on a program to teach our kids finance, how to invest in real estate. I always say that if we make the right decision, any decision that we make now have to impact our children in a positive way. One of the best ways to help our children is to teach our kids about finance, how to invest in real estate, how to be, and everything is there. So I'm putting together a great program for our youth to help them during this summer. Stay tuned. The next meeting, I'm gonna make more announcements. But Paterson's a great city. If we work together, we could make the city of Paterson the best city in the state of New Jersey. We're facing a lot of challenges. The garbage collection is one of them. That is gonna be on the agenda very soon to talk about that contract. And safety is a problem, and I respect some of the members of the community that came to speak about the gun violence. Put the gun down, please. We're hurting people. Let's put the gun down, let's pray for our city, and let's protect each other. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Council
Thank you,
President,
Mr. President.
if I may.
Just a minute.
The
Yes, go ahead.
votes are 8 yeses, 1 absent. The public portion
Oh,
of
that's
the
all it was.
Tuesday's meeting is hereby closed.
Move to close.
Thank you.
Second.
Oh, Madam
No,
B.A.
just a minute. So, Madam B.A., council members, let me open the floor to Madam B.A.
I
There's a
retract my
few
second.
topics I know she wants to talk about, the
Council
$90
President.
million issues and other issues. So let me open the
Council
floor.
President.
She asked for the floor.
Yeah.
Just give me a
No,
second.
no, before she speak, please, Councilman, I want to go home. No rebuttals, please. Let her speak. and,
It's a
you know.
report, it's a report that Madam B.A. that she wants to give. If Madam Clerk wants to make a comment, there was a lot of discussion, so she have the right to use the floor. Right after that, we'll close the meeting and we'll go home.
No rebuttals.
Madam B.A.?
Thank you, Council President. First, I would like to thank council members who offered their condolences, as well as members of the public, on the loss of my mother-in-law, who passed away last week and was the reason why I couldn't be with you last Thursday. It is unfortunate a lot of items came up at the meeting last Thursday that I could have addressed in real time and maybe head off some of the confusion around some of these topics, but I'm happy to be doing so here tonight. But I first want to address a couple of the comments by the public, in particular the Juneteenth application starting there. I completely agree with you and understand the frustration that there's no reason for any of that to have happened. it is something I know Councilwoman Davila mentioned earlier. We have a fellow working with us on processes, and this is actually one of the processes that she's tackling. And she is really nudging all the departments to get their information to her so she can map out how better to do this and to use our existing technology that allows kind of this permitting to then virtually go from department to department. This department now knows that it's been approved here and so on. I'm sorry that that wasn't up already in place for you guys. It is something that I'm gonna go back, get further detail about this, and then hopefully you will be able to use that process next year, and other entities will also be able to use that later this year. So I do apologize on behalf of the administration. I can understand that frustration. A couple of other items, Ms. Harrison had some questions, and we have talked about this in the past, about the weekend inspectors. It has been something that we have gone out multiple times and tried to get employees to work on the weekends here, to hire just for weekend inspectors. So we've done it, you know, just as part-time employees. We've done it as full-time job postings that people would work part of the week and then including the weekends. We haven't been able to secure employees to do it, so we have occasionally been able to use overtime to do so. It is something that we've brought up recently with the Economic Development Department, and we're gonna go out for a round again. I know you've used the phrase that it is because of me, it is my failing, and that I refuse to pay. Everything comes down to resources. And we heard last week, just for the staffing that we have right now, when we introduced the budget, we are asking for more transitional aid. We still don't have any guarantee that that's gonna happen. And we know that the council does not want to vote for anything other than a 2% tax increase. And I think you would suggest the same. That is not, we can't even afford what we have right now, let alone other people. So when we talk about how I refuse to pay, I'm looking out for the taxpayer who is going to be lining up out this hallway if we have a tax increase above 2%. So I know that's not the answer that anybody wants to hear, because we cannot provide the services that we need to provide at the level that residents want them. Myself, because everyone knows that I'm a resident of the city of Paterson, I am a homeowner in the city of Paterson. My parents, who every time I talk to them and go over to their house, they're complaining to me about if they didn't see the street cleaner pass them. I understand this. I hear it regularly from residents, from council members, from my own family. But I also understand the parameters that I am tasked as my job to live within. So if there's another solution, tell me. Because we're gonna keep trying. We're going out again for housing inspector jobs. But this is not something that is easily solvable and that we haven't already been trying to address. We are adding additional sanitation inspector. And again, some of these issues are, we have had people out on workers' comp. We cannot replace people. We're not a municipality that's able to have, we have 7 street cleaners that need to go out, and we can have 10 drivers sitting there so that on any given day, if someone's out on workers' comp, if someone's out on vacation, if someone is out sick, that we have backfill to put that in. We cannot afford that as a city. So we don't have people sitting around. So some days only 6 street cleaners go out, not 7. And I know that stinks. But we have to live with what we have to live. And so that is, and I know that is, you're shaking your head. I know that is not the answer you want to hear. But I'm telling you that that is the reality that we are faced with. Sewer bill, that is not something that, there was no fix that was necessary. It was a change to how the system was run, because we were not collecting enough to pay for the cost of sewer treatment, capital investments, the employees that work both in the sewer division and finance and sewer division and public works. So that is, the rate system is as it is. There was a change to what it was
a flat rate, then it became volumetric, and it went back to flat. I do not believe that there is any interest right now in changing it back to volumetric. But so as it stands, we are collecting what we need to be collecting, and we will continue to have those conversations and we will have to continue to watch that because expenses go up for sewer treatment, for the employees with their raises. I will go back to the issue of reports when I address some of Councilman Jackson's concerns. I was proud to see the youngest gentleman here this evening who is advocating for playgrounds, and that's something that I know the council members have been advocating for, and the administration has. And if you look at the list of playground improvements that we have made over the years since we started, it really is something that is a focus of this administration. Okay, now to the $19 million. This is something that I'm really sad to see how this conversation went, because lots of people were referencing that they read it in the newspaper, as well as, that we lost it, using the phrase that it's lost, that it's gone, where did it go? The newspaper article itself discusses that the $19 million from ARP, from American Rescue Plan, is not going to be going towards the recreation center, but it has shifted that $19 million to other projects. And when I introduced the budget on the workshop session, I went through the $64,668,166 that the city has been allocated and where that money is going. It was in the presentation that I had on that television over there. It was in slide decks that I had here. Not all council members were here. That is one of Councilman Jackson's reports that he's requesting. I spent a lot of time putting that together to detail exactly where all that money is going. And that was a conversation that I wanted to have that evening, to talk about, we're no longer using $19 million from ARP to do the recreation center, but how we are going to do the recreation center. And I will continue to want to have that conversation with any council member who wants to come. We did talk about it in Finance Committee weeks ago. We did talk about it again this evening. I welcome any of you to come to my office. Let's set up a time to talk. We will talk about it. And it was mentioned in this newspaper article that everyone's referencing. Because we said, now the mayor is looking to partner with a private developer to build a combined project that will include a recreation facility and a new public safety complex at the current site of the Paterson Police Headquarters. We're going to use a tool that is approved by the state called a public-private partnership, a P3, which municipalities are now able to use to fund these type of large-scale projects, a lot of times for municipal buildings. We couldn't use, I know Councilman Abdelaziz had mentioned something last week, we should have used the ARP dollars as a down payment. We could not. It had to be encumbered as part of a larger project. We did not have, there are too many moving pieces, but I could lay out the timeline of all the work we have done since the ARP dollars were announced to try to get to an end solution. So this is a both and conversation. There's no money being lost. It is being used on other things. And I just want to point out a couple of the other things that some of this recreation center money is now going to. It's an extra $2.1 million going to Vera Ames Park. Because there was originally only about a little over $1 million that we had that was allocated. And now we have been able to up that up to about a little over $3 million. So that when we go out to bid, so when we were working with the planners, they were able to get it close to a $3 million project. We didn't have to tell them, please make this a $1 million project because that's the only money we have. Another 1.8 for road resurfacing. We already had 2.5 for a road resurfacing project. Now there's going to be another 1.8 on top of that. Another $2 million for Vista Park. Money for the Glisten Fields track. Additional money for the Buckley Park playground. So these are just some examples, but the full list was something that we introduced as part of the budget, and we had that conversation, and that's why the reporter had some of that information in his article, because we talked about it. So hopefully that addresses some of Mr. Greer's questions from last week as well as this week. He also talked about road resurfacing. There is a road study that we have done and that the city has created, and we look to, going forward, that create our lists based off of that road study. In relation to Governor Street in particular, he was talking about it, but that is not blacktop. And this is something that we discussed when Councilwoman Mims was with us earlier this week. We talked about the difference in that substance compared to most other road resurfacing. So we cannot include it in lists that we're doing blacktop projects. It would have similar to, I think it's Railway Ave, has its cement work. It would be a different and more expensive project that we would have to take on going forward. It's something that is now on the list. We're discussing how we might be able to address it, but that's the reason why it wasn't included, that portion of Governor Street was not included, and that's directly from the engineer. I know I'm gonna continue to follow up on that issue on Knickerbocker Avenue. We have, as Councilman had said, we have been sending inspectors to address it. And I know Mr. Gilmore came and he was talking about gaslighting, and that sort of brings me back to Councilman Jackson in the beginning. And I just want to, he said a lot of things. I'm not going to be able to refute all of them tonight. I can use an example. One of the things he talked about, and he is the perfect example of a gaslighter. He talked about the CARES Act, and as people might recall, the CARES Act was the first amount of money that we received early 2021 into 2022 for COVID. He referenced tonight $80 million when he talked about it earlier. It was $13.7 million that the city was given. He said that I never gave him reports. I have, that I just looked up tonight, 2 emails that I sent him of reports detailing the exact, to the penny of that $13.7 million, how it was spent. They were sent on January 28th, 2022, February 2nd, 2022, and there are other council members copied on it. So it is not just something my hearsay, I'm just sort of answering this. There is actual receipts to talk about the fact that when the councilman sits up here and says, I never get my reports, that is just not true. Sewer repair list in December of 2023 said, I never get these reports, sent it on email. Talks about expenditure reports from the stadium. That is not city money. There is no expenditures of tax dollars. It is a development project where we approved a tax credit to that project. The report, they owe reports to the state for the tax credits that they get, and they file those reports. So every time he rails about how we've never seen these reports, it's because there are no city dollars as part. There are no expenditures for this. So, this election, councilman received 824 votes. I don't think anything I'm saying here are going to convince the 824 people that voted for you that what I'm saying is true. In 2020, you had something similar, 844. To go back to 2018, running for mayor, you had about 1,000 votes. But I'll give you the 2022, when you ran for mayor, you got 1,600 votes. The mayor got 7,800, 5 times your votes. Those 1,600 people are not going to believe what I have to say. Some of them come here. Some of them come to the podium. Some of them say pretty outrageous things. Like my skin tone being close to the skin tone of Councilman Abdelaziz is the reason why he gets streets paved. That's pretty outrageous. But I don't worry about that, because there are 15,000 people who didn't vote for you in that same election where there were 1,600 votes. And those are the people that I'm talking to. And I want you to believe that even though Councilman Jackson tries to gaslight all these issues, that we're still doing the city's work here, and that we are doing our best. It's not always perfect, but we are doing our best to make this a better place for all Patersonians, including myself and my children. Regarding the election, I had provided the clerk with some information back in April, because we went through this last November, that there was information given to me to just process payments when there was no backup, no actual information on what people worked. It was just names and dollar amounts. And that's not something that will hold any weight when it comes to any scrutiny, outside scrutiny and otherwise, including DCA scrutiny. I talked to the county and got information on how they pay for their employees, both city employees and poll workers. They follow, for poll workers, or county employees, for poll workers, they follow the state law, which is $300 for the full 14 hours. And that works out to be, I believe, like $21.43 hourly. There was a statement made about how the city doesn't have to pay for this. That's not true. And Madam Clerk can share this. We can apply for a grant for early voting for our municipal election. I have the grant application in front of me when we did that in 2022. And again, all we could ask for is what is the state law. It's the hourly rate, or if it's a county employee, which is similar to our city employees working, that they would be getting their overtime rate, straight time overtime. I provided that didn't happen. It hasn't happened in the past in this city. So city taxpayers are subsidizing how we have been paying. The rest of the municipal election, I believe we do not get reimbursed for, which is something that I believe the clerk had noted. So we have to follow these regulations. I asked Madam Clerk, and as Councilman Jackson said earlier, that she is the one who runs elections. That is true. Unfortunately, or fortunately, the CFO and I are the ones in charge of the budget and finances. And these are finances. They are payments. And we have to abide by the oversight of DCA. And when there are lots, and I have been asked, why do we not have appropriate details on this? So I tried to get that. I provided Madam Clerk a memo because this didn't happen in November. On April 18th, asking about election staffing, asking about payments, detailing how the best way to pay people is going to be using the key fob so that it can go automatically into their paycheck. We will have documentation of when people worked, when they didn't. It could be allocated. We do this for snow. When people come in to work a snow shift, they key fob in, they key fob out. It's different from their regular shift. We do it for clean communities. We have done this throughout the city. Madam Clerk chose not to communicate this, chose not to respond, even after multiple emails about this. There were a few, I know some of the IT members clocked in and clocked out. They got paid for their election work. What I'm doing now, it's not that anybody is going to go unpaid, but Madam Clerk has provided timesheets. Not all those timesheets have full information. They have time in for employees without time out. How am I supposed to pay an employee when I don't know what time they left? My office has been asking Madam Clerk for this information, and hopefully, I said we need to prioritize it this week because we want to include it in the paychecks that are processed as of next Tuesday. I hope it's something that we can get the rest of this information. But then our team has to sit down, instead of it just automatically being in the time system because people use key fobs, we now have to go in, calculate the amount of hours, straight time hours, and overtime hours based on what else they worked that week. Some people already will automatically be getting paid time and a half for their election time. Some people will only be getting straight time for the first 5 hours and getting time and a half going forward. You can see the applications that are sent in from county workers that we submit for the county workers who work in the early polling places. And that's exactly what these applications they look like. They have hours for straight time, hours for overtime. So I hope that clears up. I hope we get this information. I hope that in November we use key fobs. I hope that I have the listing of employees ahead of time so that we can tell all the timekeepers exactly what they need to do, because that's what we were trying to do. We were trying to get people paid immediately within that pay period of when they worked. And all of it could be allocated right to elections. Thank you.
First of all,
Thank you.
thank you, Mr.
Madam-
President.
Madam Clerk.
First of all, I wish it was as easy as the BA stated that I should put this there, give election staffing. First and foremost, I cannot give you the list that you requested prior to everyone signing up who wants to work the election. People call in. I cannot set people to work if they don't want to work, especially when it's rumored that they are not being paid. I
Again,
have
there is nothing about people not getting
Council
paid.
President,
I'm
point of
Madam
order.
BA.
Point of
Madam
order.
BA,
As long as
council
I'm
members,
talking.
council
Council
members,
as long as I'm
council
allowed
members,
to.
not, Madam BA, you got your time to
First and
speak.
foremost.
Just give me a minute, Madam Clerk. Madam BA, you have your time to speak. We open the floor to Madam Clerk. After Madam Clerk finish, there's gonna be a 4 council member that will be assigned to meet with both parties because we gotta fix this tomorrow. People that work on election day, they need to get paid. So tomorrow there's gonna be a meeting. I would like to choose Councilwoman Mins, Councilwoman Rubicon, Councilman Velez, and Councilman Udine. There's 4 council members. Tomorrow, okay, you can go. We replace you, Councilwoman, with another person. The 4 council members that are gonna be tomorrow, we're gonna sit and we're gonna fix that problem. But tonight, there's no rebuttal. Okay?
Well, if
So,
the
Madam-
information is incorrect, Council President,
Madam
I think
Clerk,
we-
Madam Clerk,
I am gonna-
Madam Clerk,
Madam BA.
Madam BA, I understand and I understood and I hear you. Now, we give you the time, we open the floor for you. Now, the process is gonna take place this way. We hear you. Now, let's hear the version of Madam Clerk. After Madam Clerk finish, there's no rebuttal. So let's meet tomorrow, let's have a conversation. 4 council members will be on the table with both of you, with both departments, to correct the problem and make sure that people get paid. So, with that being said, Madam Clerk, and right after
Thank you.
we're closing this meeting. Thank you.
So I'll start again by saying that everything that's done in the clerk's office is done by precedent, as with case law. Everything that I do is from Jane Williams Warren, Sonia Gordon, my 2 predecessors. I'm doing nothing different than they do. But somehow I'm being scrutinized more than everyone else, okay? Whatever I submitted, it's how it's always done. I do understand that this BA requires an explanation of everything that's done. I did not give it to her. I am in the process of doing it. So when it's been said that I totally ignore, it's not true. A letter came to me, or a memo came to me some time ago, which I did ignore because it stated inter alia that I was wasting taxpayers' money. I don't think that people who worked and I paid them, I was wasting taxpayers' money. That's why I ignored it. Just to set the record straight.
Okay.
We work our butts off from 3 a.m. to 1:49 a.m. this past election. And I think when people work, they should be paid. We don't just sit there and do nothing. Councilman Abdelaziz can attest. He saw me in the 6th Ward, running from polling sites to polling sites to make sure everything was done correctly. When there is a problem out there, I have to take Terrence. If Terrence cannot go, I have to find someone else, or I go myself. We don't just sit there. So when I accord the people according to what they work, I think they should be paid. Yes, I understand that she needs an explanation, and that I will give. But to say that they are not going to pay them because I'm paying them too much money and I'm wasting taxpayers' money, it's very, very distasteful. I can't even say the words I want to say. It's very distasteful, and I don't like when people undermine my ability, because I know what I'm doing. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, council members, so tomorrow we're gonna have a meeting, Madam VA. Let's
to
work on the
close.
schedule. There was a
Council
motion to
President.
close, motion to close. Council
Move to
member,
close, move to close.
move to close, by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the meeting.
Can you put the 2 minutes, please? 2 minutes clock.
Roll call to close the Municipal Council regular meeting of Tuesday, June 11th. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm not gonna be long. I'm not able to attend tomorrow because I have a senior day, and I love going to my senior program at the 3 high schools. I've gone to Rosa Parks. Tomorrow's Rosa Parks. I went to Eastside High School, and and it's wonderful to see the kids, the young adults, getting scholarship from different organizations. I mean, I'm talking about they getting scholarships from the Eastern Stars, from the Masonic, from the Deltas, from the AKAs, from the Omegas. It is just absolutely wonderful when you see those kids walk up on stage and they're getting a scholarship for many, many organizations. So tomorrow I have Rosa Parks Senior Day, and that's where I'll be. And after I leave Rosa Parks, I have to go down to Trenton for another meeting, so I'm unable tomorrow to be there. But I also just want to remind you out there, and I want you to please, Jumpstart Production and National Action Network with Reverend Al Sharpton is going to be at a program on June 17th, which is Monday, at 6:30 at the Fiesta. If you want to get tickets, the tickets are $70. Reverend Al Sharpton will be the guest speaker at this event on Monday, June 17th at the Fiesta. If you want tickets, please see me, and let me say you're going to have an excellent, absolutely good time. But just to listen to Reverend Al Sharpton, to me, is just an honor to sit in the room with him and listen to him. With that being said, if you want tickets, please see me. Everyone, thank you all for coming out. Everyone have a good night. God bless you all. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Very quick, ladies. This will take a short second. And Madam Clerk, I appreciate and respect you putting the facts on the record.
Thank you,
Now,
Councilman.
to the public, Ms. Carla. So now we're making a big deal about key fobs. The last several weeks, I went to the personnel department at about 11 o'clock. Personnel director wasn't even at work. I want to see the key fob clock-ins for everybody that works in personnel and everyone that works in your office, including you, Madam BA. Since we're so concerned about key fobs and people who aren't utilizing the key fobs and different people being held to different standards. As we see the report, we'll look at that. As far as the Hinchcliffe Stadium dollars not being tax dollars, that's a load of nonsense. This council, there was over $25 million of that, and in fact, if there wasn't, just produce the report that showed where all the money came from. Produce the report. But they're claiming that that wasn't taxpayers' dollars. That's incorrect. Yes, it was only $16 million expended, because if you guys remember, when COVID first hit, Paterson is the largest municipality in the county, and we was entitled to more money, but they inappropriately expended, and they allowed the county to beat us to the COVID center that was done up at William Paterson College, and we didn't have those treatments locally because they inappropriately expended it. Don't send me the expenditure report on the $16 million. I'm asking for something larger. Now, relative to the council saying that we can't do anything, and the person had an opportunity to show with their attorney. If that's the case, if someone agreed to a settlement, why are they still filing suit against the city with their attorney? More so, if the council had no choice but to accept whatever was presented to us, whatever was negotiated by Corporation Council, many of you, if you watched, you saw the 2 deals that was negotiated by Corporation Counsel's office, approved by the BA and the mayor's office, to give a $3 million tax break to the owners of Co-Arms, and this council stood against that. So if we can stand against that, why wouldn't we stand against an employee being falsely accused. Yes, those representatives from the PD, they came forward and talked about this person did not sustain those injuries on the job. But those of us who are from here, who know the person, know, and if you ask both officers here, everybody knows that this young lady sustained incredible injuries. And we all know the practices of various departments in rushing people back to work to negate their workman's compensation claim. So as a responsible person to the public, I'm not gonna sit here and watch somebody get railroaded and not stand up on their behalf. To say that it would be illegal for us to do that, that's another lie. Because the council has the ability, because she was in fact hurt on the job. She was beaten and was out of work for years before they forced her back, telling her, oh, if you don't come back now, you're gonna get this situation. Then they put her, they agreed to put her at the desk job, and then afterwards said, we can't put you there anymore. But yet, let's not talk about the countless people who don't have haven't sustained injuries, who they just had infractions on their jacket with them hiding in their home when they were supposed to be on duty, and yet those persons were allowed to have desk duty. So we sit here and try to put these misnomers or these falsified information out, and I'm not gonna stand for it. The same way, just today, I have over 22 infractions at my personal business for things that, watch, they're gonna be thrown out of court because they're false claims, false allegations. I'm not even gonna speak about my own issue, because then it seems as if I'm doing this in retaliation. How many countless people, employees, will have to come to bat for? The same happened with firefighter Hunt when he was being illegally kept from his employment. And yes, I can sit here and say I was the only one publicly advocating. Don't talk to me about what you go talk to them behind closed doors, because what they do behind closed doors, I'm not gonna go cut a deal and negotiate a vote for somebody to do the right thing. And what they was expecting is for people not to answer, for the clerk not to answer to that false information. Anyway, listen. And I'm glad, I'm glad the BA took time to check the status. And yes, guess what? And before I got to the first ward, those vote counts weren't any different. The fact of the matter is, people are so disenfranchised by the poor job that the city is doing that they don't come out to vote in those numbers. And furthermore, I ran an election with you, your family, the mayor, his family, council members, their families, all running against me, where this person raised 10 times the amount of money I spent. So to try to diminish that, it's okay, you can do that all day long. I'm still having a celebration on the 21st, which all of you are invited to. More importantly, this mayor did receive those numbers. What she didn't outline was those numbers was gravely different from the first election and the second. And those numbers reflected a great deal of the black community supporting him, which they will not be doing again. In fact, many other communities have vowed not to. While the deals are trying to be cut for other people to run so the current BA could still stay in the position, listen, the proof is in the pudding. All you gotta do is ride around the city. And if I'm wrong, listen, I'll stand corrected. But this city is in the worst condition that it's ever been in my lifetime, 50 plus years. And if anybody can't see that, then I don't know what you're looking at. You could keep it, yeah, I'll wrap it. You're right, Ms. Francis. It's no point. Madam Clerk, I applaud you for standing up for what's right and not allowing somebody to paint this false narrative of you being incompetent, because that is yet again more disrespect. It is stated by statute that it is your responsibility. And if there is anything else, let the DCA rally to the state legislators to make amendments to the legislation. But as long as you're in that seat and you have the authority, you continue to do the great job that you're doing, despite the messages that's trying to be conveyed. My hat is off to you. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilwoman Mims.
So, in closing, we're going home, but, and I respect the gesture, Council President, of saying that 4 council members can come together, but I'm gonna put something else on the table. Why don't we just pay the employees? All that needs to be outlined is they work the election. Anyone that knows, I know the work that you all do every year for the election. It's tireless. If the description just says they work the election from these hours to these hours, they should just get paid. Whatever the list is, the description should say, work the election from 3 a.m. to 1:49 in the morning. That's it. We should not have to like detail every nook and cranny of what happens with these workers. They've been doing, some of these workers have been doing it for decades at this point, and they've never had an issue. So, Council President, I respect what you said, but I just think tomorrow we should, at NBA, just process these individuals and then just process the information. Madam Clerk, thank you for giving your side as well. On your description, just put election workers and put they work from 3 a.m. to 1:49 a.m. That's it. I mean, to have to detail. So, and even while we're sitting here tonight, she has the paper, we fill it out, she's gonna hand it over, and workers, you're gonna get paid. That's it. We don't need to come tomorrow to meet, nothing. Let's just pay the employees. And Madam Clerk, I would recommend, if you fill that paper out tonight, take a screenshot, and then tomorrow come to your office and print it, and then sign it, make sure your signature's on it. But I would do it right while you're sitting here and give it over to her. That way the employees can get paid. That's it. The employees worked.
I'll get the one where they're signing and out.
Yes,
No,
just,
'cause that's not
yes,
in that
just submit it. We don't need to come together, Council President. Once it's done, Madam Clerk, just send us an email and say everything was submitted, and the next thing, when they get their check, it should be in their paycheck. That's it. Like, we don't need to meet for that purpose. I just want people to get paid. I want people to get paid. Them to get paid. Let's continue to keep in prayer. There's so many people that have lost loved ones, whether they've been sick, whether it's been unexpected. So many people are losing loved ones, so let's continue to pray for our community. Let's continue to pray for each other. Let's keep building and not battling. Let's keep working. And I want to close because I want everyone to hear the scripture that was for the one that stated, I also want to ask. But 2 Kings chapter number 7, verse 7, it reads, wherefore they arose and fled in the twilight, and left their tents and their horses and their asses, even the camp as it was, and fled for their life. I was reading the scripture. I didn't call anybody and ask. So I wanted to put it on the record, open up the Bible, it's in there, and I read the scripture. I didn't even paraphrase it. I read the scripture verbatim. Paterson, you know, sometimes people get upset because they're like, just wrap it up. No, if you were on this dais, you would be talking too. Because when people are coming against your character, you have to defend yourself. I'm never gonna wrap it up and keep my mouth closed. When someone comes for me, I'm coming back. You send for me, you don't have the floor. You don't have the floor, mother. You don't have the floor. I love you, but you don't have the floor.
Please, members of the community, please. Please, Francis,
it's necessary.
Keith.
It is necessary. It's necessary.
Yeah.
So in closing, I just want to thank everybody that chooses to come out, sacrifice, and work. Let's keep our youth in prayer. There's so many ceremonies that are going on. The proms should be at a point where they're almost over at this point, and graduation is coming. Let's pray for a safe, healthy summer that our kids will be able to live to see the next school year. Pray for the educators so they can get a break. For those, I'm a 12-month employee, so I work all year long. But for those that are going on summer breaks, let's pray for them as well. Madam Clerk, Deputy Clerk, and everyone here, and those that left. Raphael, thank you for zooming in. I appreciate it. With that being stated, hasta la vista, baby. Good night, everybody. Thank you. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udine?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Council President, for allowing both Madam Clerk and Madam VA to speak and clarify stuff. When Councilman Velez, please allow me to speak. Thank you. So, Council President, thank you for allowing both of our key employees of the city to speak. Madam Clerk, Madam BA, you are the key people for the city of Paterson to run. When you don't work cooperatively and respectfully, it's a way to paralyze the whole city, I would say. And I really appreciate that you both stated your platform in the future elections. I definitely, as Council President mentioned, that we would sit down, we'll see that how you expect Madam Clerk to submit the report and how is feasible, easier for her to provide the information. We'll talk on this. However, since people are still waiting, those who worked, they should not be punished because of our miscommunication or whatever it is. That should get paid. Only thing I'll request in general that when we speak, our diction, the choice of words is very important, how we deliver and what words we choose. We all, including myself, should be very mindful on this. We cannot really keep on fighting and disrespecting each other. We can't. I'm talking about our council members, I'm talking about employees. We can't do that. The fight should be for the people of the city of Paterson. Whatever fight we do, that should be the intention. So that numbers of the 16 employees worked, that's 8,000 and some changes. That's not really a huge amount that can cause a raising of taxes. You gave your big information. We cannot really recap on everything, but only a thing I would say that those who work in the election, they should get paid. We'll sit down before the November election and we'll find out that what's the rubric that you want Madam Clerk to follow, and what is it really something feasible, or what kind of changes you wanted to make. We can have that done. I really commend both of you for working hard for the city of Paterson, but just know this: we are politicians. We go out, vote, get votes from the people. People elect us. That's our position. We keep our people happy. Whatever makes our people happy. Sometimes we entertain people. Sometimes we serve people. That's politicians' business. But how many people elected me, how many people voted for me does not mean anything. I was elected by about 5,000 some numbers, I guess. But it does not mean I'm going to just serve only 5,000 people. I have to serve every single individual living in the city of Paterson. That's how it works. So again, I request everyone, we have to be respectful. Intention should be serving the city in better way. And also request that our heart may be very pure, that's true, but addiction is very important when we deliver whatever we speak. With that being said, I commend both of you for working hard for the city of Paterson. Madam Clerk, Madam BA, thank you so very much. I wish you happy and healthy night, week. We'll see you soon, and with that being said, my vote is yes to close the public portion.
Councilman Udine. Councilman Velez?
Today we have a nice, beautiful dialogue at the end of the meeting. I did. You know why? I did analysis about the glitch of the problem. And I was listening to Madam BA, and then I listened to Madam Clerk. And out of 30 employees. I believe 14 got paid, 16 did not get paid. Based on your statement, I could say that probably those 14 used a key fog, and 16 did not use the key fob.
They can't use it. They're non-employees.
They're not employed. Also, they're not employees. So now, this is when it comes up to understanding. Those that are not an employee, based on her statement, stated some information was missing. That's why they cannot get paid. In this case, Madam Clerk have the information, and hopefully is sent right away to the Madam BA to get a closure before next Tuesday, I believe, right? To get it paid. I understand that Council President stated right away that he has a committee of 4.
You what?
No, hold on, not right away.
You there?
I will have a committee of 4 if the problem don't get resolved. If the problem get resolved, you save my time to go tomorrow. So hopefully she will send the information to Madam BA as requested. And this is an experience for moving forward, Madam BA and Madam Clerk.
Yes,
Moving forward, if Madam BA requests all employees or create a special key lock, key fob for those that are not employees, for be able to avoid paperwork, okay? A special, I don't know, a swipe or whatever, because it's gonna be used for 3 days, or if they are gonna work 3 days for election, or 1 day. IT could get that ready, a key fob for those employees, and they get, a check will be generated immediately if they follow the steps. Let me say this. There's some campaigns running around in that direction. Councilman Mendez and probably me, myself, told those volunteers, paid volunteers, to fill out a form before even starting working, to be able to get a check, to be able to have a log that for elect that we pay them. So, right, we do that. So they're not a permanent employee by me, but if they don't fill out that form, they don't get a check. You know that. You know that. So in this case, I'm not gonna be the devil advocate, but you know, being fair that we have 2 respectful employees of the city of Paterson that needs to make this work for November. And I have the confidence, Madam BA, that, and Madam Clerk, that communication will be placed as a peaceful one, because we have to see each other every day in the city of Paterson. And yes, when it's taxpayer money and we owing it to employees or not employees, it's still taxpayer money. And DCA is the fiscal monitors for our city, and we want to make sure that DCA don't come and bite us and say that we're not doing proper thing. But communication could be improved in the city in both offices, because both offices, with the collaboration of us, serve the city of Paterson. Last but not least, I forgot to mention, your legal department has saved a lot of taxpayer money. Mr. Abushi, we have seen it when we go into executive section, have saved us a lot of taxpayer money, and I'm proud. With your expertise that you have also in the federal level, your expertise that you have in the Superior Court and Municipal Court have brought up the legal department in our city in a high standard. Thank you for your service, and please do not go. Stay with us. To the resident of Paterson, once again, thank you for your prayer for that 10-month baby back at home. Cassidy, I love you. I know you don't understand this, but you did understand when I hugged you the other day. Madam Clerk, Deputy Clerk, PD, everyone that's in the room, Rafael and Melinda, thank you. Get home safe. See you tomorrow. My vote is yes
Thank
to
you.
close the meeting.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is the end of this regular meeting, and let me just say thank you, Madam Clerk, for, explaining the situation, what happened at the, this past election. And Madam BA, we want to thank you for your version. When I mentioned that I would like to have a few council members sitting down with both departments, is because both of you are extremely important to us. We respect the job that you do, Madam Clerk. You work really hard to move the city on the right direction, to help us and make our job easy and run the city. And we want to make sure that also, Madam BA, we want to make sure that that relationship, the working relationship, is effective and is positive, because that's the only way that we're going to make progress in the city. And by tomorrow, so we'll be in contact according with our time. So let's have that conversation. Let's have that dialogue. That way we could fix the problem, make the payment that need to be paid. And if there's a future project, a future process that need to be in place, let's talk about it. Let's go over, and let's be on the same page. We work together. And the best way for us to do the right thing for the city and make progress is by respecting each other and having a effective communication. And the best way to have that is by sitting down, express ourselves and fix the problem that need to be fixed. And I want definitely my council colleague, and I mentioned this, I'm not the only one that sit on those meetings. A lot of people, they talk about those meetings as backdoor deal. None of the staff is correct, it's true. There's a lot of work in the committee. Councilwoman Cotton knows that. Councilwoman Mims knows that we spend hours and hours on committee, on the Finance Committee, Economic Development Committee, for us to come here, and Councilman Velez as well, for us to come here and have this agenda, Paterson. This is now, in order for us to get this agenda done, we spend hours and hours on committee. That's the reason why I mentioned some council members that they refuse to go in those committees and spend time. If you really want to fight for Paterson, I invite you. I remove myself out of one of those committees, and I invite you to sit on finance, on economic development. Do the job when the camera is not on. And that's the best way to help the city of Paterson. And that's the best way to have an agenda that will help us move the city in the right direction. So I'm looking forward to see that problem resolved tomorrow. May God continue blessing the city of Paterson. Let's pray for our city. Let's come together. My birthday is this Friday. I was born June 14 at 8 p.m.
Oh, boy.
And I will be celebrating my birthday this weekend. I'll be celebrating also my victory this weekend. Everybody's invited. You all have the invitation. I want to say thank you once again to all the residents of the Third Ward and the entire city of Paterson, because one of the things that made me the most happy candidate was when during the election I got people that live in other section that they tried to vote for me, and they calling me because they don't see me in the ballot. I appreciate it. I want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart, and I'm humbly here to serve the residents of the city of Paterson. Nothing else, to make our city better. God bless the city of Paterson, and God bless you all. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Good night.
Before I announce the votes, I just want to remind all elected ward council members to provide me with the name of the person who will administer your oath and introducing you for the July 1st program.
Sure. And if I may, Madam Clerk, before we close this meeting, the reorganization meeting and the swearing is going to be at the college, at PCCC. It's going to be a great program. Council members, all of you as a part on this program, because this July 1st is the 50th anniversary of the form of government in the city of Paterson. So we all have to come together and take some portion of the program. We're going to do something beautiful. We're expecting to have enough food for the people that are going to be attending at the swearing in, and everything is going to take place at PCCC, at the college. The swearing and the reorganization meeting. Madam Clerk, we have a lot of work to do.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Good night, Paterson.
So the votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. The municipal council meeting of Tuesday, June 11th is hereby adjourned.
Thank you.
Good night, Paterson.
Night.